Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 25th, 2022 Planning Board meeting. If we could first please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic from which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I was going to get blasted back by then. They got to get different chairs. Okay,
All right.
here we go.
First, we got correspondence, which we did get some late material. Anybody got any concerns or anything they want to talk
No
about?
concerns here.
No? Garrigan?
Nothing?
Good?
All good.
All right, then we'll move on to the meeting minutes of April 11th, 2022. Any concerns or questions with the minutes?
Nope, not here.
Look good here.
None.
Good?
Motion to accept?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alrighty. Moving along.
All right. First on the agenda is the Hemlock Hill Solar Farm. Their request for a one-year time extension. Locations 500 Croton Avenue, Cortlandt Manor.
Anybody here?
Did we hear from them?
No, she didn't say anything.
Yeah, why don't you come on up? That's right. So we're going to ask you a bunch of questions, and you want them answered immediately.
All right.
All right. So I guess
State your name.
yes, name and
Paul Marini from 174 Power Global.
okay. So you're working on fulfilling the conditions of the resolution, and you had some issues due to the pandemic and slow response from other agencies. You just got your approval from the town of Cortland. Any issues on our end?
I don't see any.
John?
None.
Jim?
Nothing from me.
Okay, if there's no issues, do I have a motion for the request for one-year time extension?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good luck. Next on the agenda, we have the Foothill Street Solar. This is a decision statement. Location is 3849 Foothill Street.
Mr. Chairman, good evening, members of the board. For the record, Joe Shanahan, Con Edison Clean Energy Businesses. As the board will recall, when we were here 2 weeks ago, we had a draft resolution. Mr. Bach had some specific interest with regard to a mitigation area in our undisturbed 19 acres. We had indicated at that time we'd do anything that was requested of us. I think council had a concern of something being that ambiguous. So we went back out and, working with the planning department, submitted a specific mitigation plan for that area in accordance with your environmental consultant's recommendation. I would hope the board finds it acceptable, but that's what we're here for this evening.
Thank you. Has everybody had a chance to review it?
Yes.
I did, yeah.
All right, I know Robin highlighted one part about the fence. Do we need to discuss that at any point, or are we good to go?
Well, the fence around the undisturbed area is proposed as a chain link fence, which we normally don't do that for deer exclosure type fences.
That was in the original resolution that was drafted?
Yeah, well, that's what he proposed, so that's.
Actually, I was-
He did not. He proposed a
No,
fence
yeah.
that was acceptable to us. You didn't specify the kind of fence, am I right?
Around the project, we did because
Yes.
it had to comply with the National Electrical Code. We'll do any kind of fencing around that mitigation area that you wish.
That's what I thought. Yeah, the rest of the fencing we've covered, we're
Correct.
done with that.
Yeah.
So we good? We could.
No, we're good.
Yeah,
Good to go.
we'll consult with the environmental people about the exact type of fence.
Perfect.
And when the drawings come back, we'll finalize that for the drawings. that will come back to you for your signature.
All right, great.
John, are we saying that a fence is absolutely mandatory, though, around the undisturbed area? What if there's really not a need for the fence?
Well, once you
No,
take out the invasives and you put in the understory, you want to prevent the deer from browsing and ruining the chances of the new understory to reach maturity.
Okay.
All right, so at the last meeting, we declared lead agency, we did the neg deck. So in front of us tonight, we have a resolution approving the site plan, special use permit for a large-scale solar energy system, special use permit for a Tier 2 battery energy storage system, stormwater permit, tree removal permit for the Foothill Solar Project. Any issues, objections?
None.
We have a motion.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second?
All's in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries.
Members of the board, planning department, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Take care. All right, next we have the Old Hill Farm Solar Farm. Say that a few times fast.
Yeah, right. Aye.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, good, good.
I'm Catherine Honig, and I represent Old Hill Farm itself and Hillside Solar. And we are here tonight, I believe, to get our final resolution approving our application for a solar farm, including a special use permit and site plan approval. And I believe I saw a draft of the resolution on Friday, and Robin and I spoke about it earlier today. So I just want to. Okay, great. There were a couple of things that we were going to make a couple little corrections to. Yep. So, and I don't know if the board has any further questions since we were here on April 11th, and we were told that we'd put the resolution together and put it to a vote this evening.
So do you see anything there?
No, all the things that Rob and I spoke about earlier have been corrected.
All right. Jim?
Nothing else from me.
John?
No issues here.
Now,
Okay.
just refresh my memory. I know there was a question about declaring, approving the neg deck.
We did that in
We
February.
did that in February, right? So it's just a resolution tonight.
Correct.
How are you?
Doing well?
Good. All right, so if we have no objections, there's a resolution approving a site plan, special use permit for a large-scale solar energy system, stormwater permit, and tree removal permit for the Old Hill Farm Solar Farm. With a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Good luck.
I just want to say on behalf of my family and myself, I want to thank the board and town engineer, all the committees and commissions that we appeared for, but especially John, Robin, and Nancy for all the good advice, their commitment, their hard work, and the professionalism that we've experienced in this past year. So thank you very much for that. And I think ultimately all that work came out with a better project. So thank you. And we look forward to getting it built and generating solar power for Yorktown people.
We're glad the property and the farm gets to stay in your.
Oh, that I'm very excited about, yes.
When do you think you'll start? What's the timeframe yet?
I think we have to get some official permits, but we're hopeful to get started as soon as possible and
Good.
hopefully be operational within a year, or hopefully in a year.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
And I will say that, just to echo on that, Yorktown is very lucky to have a very good team of professionals working for them, and we're very thankful for that.
Yes, outstanding. Thank you.
Second.
All's in favor? Nancy might say something. No, we're talking about the
I want to make
professionals.
sure I get,
No, you got it.
I was waiting for Nancy to object.
all right.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have the Bellamy subdivision. This is for a public hearing. Location is 379 Halleck's Mill Road. So a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion. There you go.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Gotta stop.
Somebody's pulling the string.
I thought I saw him here before. Oh, there you go. You're just getting ready?
Just trying to sign on it, there we go.
It's over here.
this giant iron board.
Good table.
Look at that. It's the Joe Rena table.
Yep.
You know, Mr. Burns, one of your colleagues out there, Joe Rena, every time he sets up, he's got some kind of tone on there. It sounds like a toilet flushing. We're waiting to see what else we have
Sorry,
here.
I don't have anything fancy.
How are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
Very well,
How's
thank you.
everybody doing?
Good, good, good.
Hey,
That'd be by the mic.
Everybody,
Yes, yes.
good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Burns. I represent Joe Bellamy for the Bellamy subdivision on Halleck's Mill Road. We are proposing a single new lot, so it'll be a 2-lot subdivision, but one new lot, and the new lot will have a new house constructed on it. The other lot will house the existing house. The parcel is 1.337 acres. We're going to give some away to the town for road purposes. We have a common driveway configuration, which is going to alleviate a lot of long-standing problems along the Halleck's Mill Road there. There's kind of a blind curve that exists with a steep bank right up on the side of the pavement that we're gonna cut that back. The driveway is currently a blind driveway where when you're coming out of the driveway, you can't see anything to the left. And cars coming from that direction cannot see you either. We're going to cut the driveway down, bring the grade down quite a bit, do quite a bit of clearing along the side of the road, take down 3 or 4 trees along the side of the road, and make a safer situation for everyone. Not only the through traffic on Halleck's Mill Road, but also anybody that's coming in conflict with the driveway that's there now. If nothing happens, there's still a driveway with a hidden driveway that is a very bad intersection right now. As part of the project, we're going to take down some of the accessory structures that exist. There's currently 2 detached garages, a pool house, and a couple other buildings that we're going to take down. We are going to leave the existing cottage as well as the existing house, which are going to be on the same parcel. The parcels are in the R1-20 zoning district, and they are both larger than the minimum lot sizes. I think that's.
So I know when you first came to us, our biggest concern, well, we had 2 concerns. One came from a resident, and one was clearly ours when we did the site visit, was the road and the way it was. We felt it was a very dangerous situation that
Yes.
was in Crane. I know you've worked with Dave Paganelli, the highway superintendent, and Dan Ciarcia, and I think everybody's in agreement now that what you've proposed, with or without this project, really helps the area.
Yes.
And the second part was, I know we had a neighbor across the street, I think she's here tonight, who was concerned about the drainage that was
We're
coming.
also
So-
going to address that.
Yeah, so why don't you talk about that for a minute?
Currently, the existing driveway is it gets real steep right off the edge of the pavement. It's I think it's approximately 10% grade off the pavement. So that allows for runoff to really cruise down the pavement and into the road. And my understanding is that in one situation there was a water main break or something, and that's what overtopped the center line of the road and flooded out the driveway on the other side of the street. But with our new proposal, our driveway meets the town standards, which brings there's actually a landing area on the side of the road that's I think it's either 3.5% or 4% max grade. So there's really a lot less grade approaching the road, and we've also we're going to pick up the runoff before it gets to that section of the driveway from our site, and we're gonna put it through a little bit of an infiltrator unit, and then into from the existing lot, it's going to go into a catch basin that's existing on Halleck's Mill Road now.
So as someone's leaving the property, they're going to flatten out before they get to the road.
Yep.
You'll be able to see them from both directions. And the stormwater that the resident was concerned about will be picked up before it's got the ability to shoot across the road at her place.
Yes.
So we fixed two conditions that we were all very concerned about.
Yes.
Was there a storm drain on both sides of the road, on north and south side of the road?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So anything that comes down that
There is.
slope could hit the storm drain on the north side of the road.
On the north side of the road, it's actually, the storm drain is uphill of our driveway, just uphill. So it catches anything that's coming down the roadside. And I think that might be the first catch basin all the way up to the side road. That's what we propose to connect to with our infiltrator unit, is that catch basin right there. And there's also a catch basin that's on the other side of the road, on the south side of the road, but that's a little bit further west.
Got it.
And that one's more uphill too.
Can you address the additional sightline distance that you'll be creating? What's there now and what will be there at the end of the project?
The sightline distance is about 472 feet to the left, and 335 to the right. So currently, there's also going to be some bushes and stuff that are going to be maintained. Right now, the bushes are kind of out of control when you look to the right. That's all going to be cut back.
Use
obviously.
the microphone.
Yeah, Mike,
No,
just
the
so everybody
mic.
hears you.
Sorry. But on the left, it's probably 50 feet.
Okay.
Is what you really have. It's the car is right. It's right on top of you before you actually are able to see it.
You know, I wanted you to emphasize that as a positive outcome of this project.
Yes, it's definitely a large improvement, and it's also for traffic that's traveling in the westbound direction. So, you're coming up the hill. By clearing some of the tree and the steep bank that's right at the edge of the pavement, you're gonna have a lot more. You're gonna feel a lot more safe when you're driving through there, because you're not so bottlenecked into a position. There's a little bit of a turn there, and when you have a steep bank and things that are really close to the edge of the pavement, you tend to try to drive in the middle of the road to compensate for that. And when there's oncoming traffic, that becomes a little bit of an issue. So we're going to alleviate some of that issue as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Not here.
John?
Nothing from me.
Nothing from me.
All right, this is a public hearing, so if anybody from the public wants to get up, just state your name.
Good evening, Jake Hopstein, and I happen to live in the neighborhood. My concern is what happens during construction. Halleck's Mill is a dangerous road. School buses are on it several times a day. The bypass for the triangle. I believe this board has got the authority to mandate adequate traffic control whenever there's a construction vehicle on Halleck's Mill having to do with this project. And I would ask that that mandate be put in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you tonight?
Okay. My name is Mara Zedens, and I reside on Halleck's Mill Road, and I have been there for 50 years.
Oh, you just got to pull that mic down a little bit, please.
Okay?
Thank
I
you.
have lived on the road for 50 years, so I think I have a good ability to make a decision of what it is. Last time I asked, why didn't the engineer think of bringing up the driveway from the bottom part closer to Laurel Court? My concern is, and still is, I don't care what he says, did he look at the traffic study that was done? How many cars come off the 35-202 going west? It's crazy. The trucks come there, it's crazy. At the next house is a bus stop for a small child that gets picked up. And in the bottom, the little house that's there, the cottage, where all of the flow from the driveway of the house that's planned is going to, I don't care what catch basin he says he's going to do, there's going to be water there. There's water right now on Halleck's Mill Road as you drive down when there have been heavy rains. In the wintertime, guess what happens? It's very icy at that particular spot. Has nothing to do with a water main break. And I think the mitigation that he's going to do and making that driveway safe is not going to make it safe at all. I pull out of my driveway. I live across Girard Court. It's hardly a disaster area to try to make a left turn to come down into town. And it's on that curve, a very steep bank, I agree, and just the little stuff that he's going to do is not going to solution the problem for people driving west. They're still not going to see the car, and the people across the street that live there said the same thing, that it is going to happen. Why didn't he explore an alternative entrance to his site, to the house? And besides the driveway and the parking that's going to be up at the house is going to be draining water down on the small house, the resident that is right next to it. And I don't think that's fair. I think there has to be better mitigation concerned for all of them. And the little house, if you've driven up Halleck's Mill Road, they have very small driveways. And part of that one car sits out on the road, and sometimes the people fly over that bump that it isn't enough to do that. I think he needs to go back to the drawing board and do a better plan and look at it a little bit more conservatively than it has. Taking down those few trees and taking down maybe a little bit of the bank, I don't think is a solution for this place.
And I got to tell you, we appreciate your comments and you're coming up again. Everything that the engineer worked towards were exactly directed at your comments. So he did work with our town engineer, Dan Ciarcia, and our highway superintendent, Dave Paganelli. So they've met on site, they've gone through the engineering, and I think at this point they've all agreed that this is going to be a tremendous help to exactly what you're talking about. And they have to control the water on site. When they used to build in the days of old, there was none of that. You could dump your leaders off your house, you could drain it out to the street. That's really changed. So I think with the house that's getting worked on, the old house, and the new house, that's going to change dramatically. Is Dan still here? I saw him before. He stepped out. But your concerns, because you were the only one that spoke the first time.
We'll see what happens after the thing gets done. And I can come back to this board and say, yes, it worked, or no, it didn't work.
Understood.
But I do feel that there needs to be other issues addressed to make this be a safe addition to the neighborhood. And I agree with a previous person that under construction, there's no traffic control on that road at the point. I've called the police department, I don't know how many times. Trucks come down, barreling down from where Baldwin Road exit is coming down. And there was a big traffic study that was done, and we were going to do something about it. Nothing has been done about it.
Well, I think what they're proposing is really going to help. We'll try to follow up with the town on the other end.
How is it going to help the traffic on the road?
Well, listen, people cut through there, and I have to admit, I use it as a cut through sometimes, but I think they put speed bumps on the road.
There's just two. There needs to be a third one up by Gerard Court because I live on that corner coming in there.
Yeah.
And it's a disaster. The town did cut down some dead trees on my
Yeah.
property. That kind of helps a little bit, but now the site is in there. I cannot see those barreling cars after they've hit that first bump. They go pshh in there, and the cop tells me last year they're only doing 30. I know what 30 miles per hour is. I drive out of my driveway 30 miles an hour. I have cars on my back tail honking at me. So yes, it is a very bad traffic road, and none of the issues that were done in the traffic study have been addressed.
Well, I think for this proposal, they've done with everything they can to make it much safer. With the existing conditions on the road, we'll certainly talk to the
But
town more
I'm
about
very
that.
concerned about the small cottage,
Yep.
the brown house
Okay.
down the bottom, and the driveway going up, and the big parking area by the house, what it's going to do to them. On my backyard, there's water when it gets heavy and rains, and it's squishy there. And where does it come from? I have no clue. The house in back of us that was just trying to be sold, that was a swamp at one time. You know, so I don't think that the mitigation that he's proposing totally is going to do the job. That's my opinion.
We appreciate
and I'm not
your
an
thought.
engineer, but I have lived on that road for 50 years.
I think that gives
so
you a lot of credit.
I know what happens there.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your time.
Thank you.
Mrs. Edens?
Oh, ma'am.
Dan is here. Do you want to address?
No, I think we're.
Ma'am, my name is Sergio, and I will see what happened and what's going on for you, and I'll see how I can get a hold of you and just at least I'll try to get you answers. They may not be the answers you might want. They may be the ones you want, but I will try for you. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
If we could, at some point, maybe yourself, Dan, could meet her on site just to take a look at the concerns. Mr. Copestein does bring up some valid points with construction in the area. And I think that's something that maybe we should work with Dave Paganelli and the police department to come up with a plan that moving forward, you know, because like she said, people cut through there. It's, you know, so maybe that's something we could work out.
I think that just
See if there's any.
standing here thinking about it, I thought of a few things that we could do to kind of help things out, which would probably include, not parking trucks on the road, obviously, keeping the
Yeah, we'll work
construction,
out
pulling the material up the hill into the site, cutting the trees down, dropping it into the site and everything, and working from. There's actually a fairly flat area right in the site now that's going to become larger because the first thing that's probably going to happen is the two garages will come down, so there'll be plenty of room to work, to stage everything, trucks and everything on the site. The trees in the garages are the first to go. The trees are going to start by opening up some of the site distance, and all the trucks will be loaded on site and possibly limit them. I don't even know if the trucks will be able to make a left-hand turn out of the site down the hill. I don't think they may not be able to swing it in its current configuration. They might be taking a right out of the driveway anyway.
So let's do this. Between John, Dan, and the police department and yourself, see if we can come up with a plan. But maybe before you leave tonight, you guys could get each other's number and go out and take a look at what's going on, in particular what she's got going on. Anybody else?
It just occurs.
We just need your name for the record.
Sorry, Susan Siegel.
Even though everybody knows who you are.
Okay. It just occurs to me that the planning board may not know this. At the town board, when they had passed a stormwater resolution for a house that was going on Allen Avenue, they were concerned about the very same issue of the traffic and the trucks. And they did put something into the approving resolution that required them to have traffic control, police traffic control paid for by the applicant at certain times. So
we'll definitely work that out.
So
I think
they put that
very valid points.
Yeah,
Shannon.
and there is a precedent, and if you want to check back to the approval resolutions from the town board, the language would be there about what they required.
Maybe we should close the road for a few weeks, make everybody happy. Thank you, Susan. Anybody else from the public?
You'll never get the road open, man.
Anything else on our end?
Good.
John?
Nothing here.
Jim?
Nothing from me.
All right, if there are no other questions, concerns, or comments, we'll get them set up out in the field. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing and leave it open for a 10-day written comment period?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, see what you can do to get that meeting set up.
Okay.
And just, whatever you do, keep John and Robin in the loop. Thank you. And we appreciate everything you did on that, trying to improve the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't hear that often.
No, that road is something else. Okay, next we have the Boniello Equities subdivision. This is a public hearing. Location is 2012 to 2016 Compound Road. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
How are you? Good to see you again.
Hello. So, let's see. Since last, just an overview, since this is the public hearing. As you said, 2212 Compound Road, R2 zone, 20,000 square foot lots. We're proposing an additional two-family homes off the existing private drive. The project basically has no disturbance to wetlands, buffers, or steep slopes. All the drainage will be into subsurface Coltex. We met with the neighbors that were concerned about drainage going on to their driveway. We came to a resolution on that. We're going to redirect. We're going to put some catch basins in and redirect the water away from their driveway. And the other neighbor, we're going to use arborvitaes on the property line to buffer between our new proposed house and their house. Since our last meeting, we've gotten ARB, Architectural Review Board, whatever acronym this town uses, Architectural Review Board approval for both houses. And that's where we stand.
Okay, so the two proposed residents, are they on septic, well?
I'm sorry, say
Are they
again?
on septic or well?
No, this is all water, public water.
Public
and septic.
sewer, public water?
Absolutely.
You met after our first meeting, you discussed the issues the residents had. It sounds like that's been worked
Yes.
out, or we'll hear from anybody who's here. And the houses in front, those you built, right?
Yes.
All right, those were how long ago?
Don't test my memory. Probably about 10 years ago to 5 years ago.
Okay.
Did it over a course of 5 years or so.
And the two houses that are proposed have gone through ABACA?
Yep.
And have got signed off on, so everybody's happy with that.
It'll be basically in keeping, same basic floor plans in keeping with the other three buildings.
Yeah, the others are very, very nice looking homes.
Thank you very much.
Any wetlands issues?
None.
Nothing
No
of the
wetlands, no
sort?
buffers, no steep slopes.
And all the stormwater has been handled on site?
Yes.
And the neighbors sound like they might be.
Hope so.
All right, so why don't we reach out to the public, see if there's anybody here who's got any questions or concerns about the application? No? Anybody from the board?
Nope.
John?
I don't have anything presently, no.
Okay. Jim?
I don't have anything else.
Is Dan back there?
Snuck out again.
He snuck out again. All right, so if there's no questions,
to close.
objections, so motion to close the public hearing and again, leave it open for a 10-day written comment.
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for working with the neighbors.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. Our next step would be a draft resolution.
You're going to start working with John and Robin.
I appreciate it. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Take care. Okay, next we have the Granite Knolls Solar Project. It's a public hearing. Location's 2975 Stony Street. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Chairman, members of the board, staff. Darius Shefazada with the law firm Harris Beach for the developer here. I guess we were here about a month ago, I think it was. Since that time, we've met with the Conservation Board, had a number of conversations with Robin and John on Zoom to get this project moving forward. I know we've submitted a number of revised plans, tree mitigation plans, and other plans that I'm going to have Eric from our engineering firm walk you through. We also want to walk you through some responses to some comments we received from the Recreation Commission, things on construction scheduling, lighting, things like that, which we'll present to you tonight and try to answer any of your questions.
Okay.
Eric?
Thank you.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Eric Redding with Bergman. We're the engineers on the project. So I'll give an overview of the project for the public hearing, and then can answer any questions afterwards.
That's great.
So what we're proposing is a 1.4 megawatt community solar project. It includes both a ground-mounted system as well as a carport system over the existing parking lot, in addition to a battery storage component as well. The ground-mounted array is approximately 1.4 acres in size. It'll be the panels will sit about 2 feet off the ground on the low end, 7 feet high on the high end, and be fully enclosed within a 7-foot-high fence. Access to the panels will be by a limited-use pervious gravel driveway that will be 20 feet wide for fire code. And then there will be approximately 5 utility poles along the driveway with different equipment from the utility company to be able to interconnect into the grid. As far as the carport system goes, it's about 1.5 acres in size. It'll be on top of the existing parking lot for the park right now. And then the columns would sit in between parking spaces or outside of them. So there'll be no interruption to the existing parking or the area of parking that there is right now. For stormwater management, we are proposing for the carport system to collect it and tie it into the existing drainage system where the catch basins are in the existing parking lot. And then for the ground-mounted system, where we're proposing the new work there, we're going to put level spreaders or energy dissipators at the drip edge of all of the solar panels. So any water runoff from them that will hit the ground, it will reduce or eliminate any erosion from occurring. And then we're also going to place them parallel with the contours. So as it comes down the hill, it allows the stormwater to spread out and continue to sheet flow across the slope like it does today. In addition, we'll plant pollinator-friendly seed mix on the slope. It's going to be maintained as a meadow type of condition, so it's not going to be mowed tight to the ground constantly. It'll be left to grow about 1 to 2 feet in height, just below the panels, and then that'll be nice lush vegetation to help slow up stormwater as well. And then the driveway I mentioned is a limited-use pervious gravel, so it uses a larger stone to help infiltrate the stormwater through it and into the ground, so then there's no increase in runoff from the project site. And lastly, I can mention for screening, I know we've talked a bunch about that. We did add vegetative screening in front of the solar carport system up on top of the hill, so it'll be blocked from Stony Street. And then we also added some additional screening to the southwest, southeast, and eastern side, and as well as the north side of the ground-mounted array, and that'll block views along Stony Street, our neighbors to the north, and then along the entrance drive as you come up the hill into the park as well.
Eric, do we have anything we could share? Just so. Oh, sorry, Robin.
Okay.
You don't have any boards, do you?
No, at the one time.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's the overall gist of it.
You want to walk?
Yeah, and
So there was
Darius
some
will go through the
questions about the lighting, I think, from the Recreation Commission. We have some ones we use on another project. These may not be the exact ones, but something similar. It may be good for the board to have those and part of the record.
Sure.
I'll give you some.
And I think, I'm sure we're going to hear, I see our rec board in the back. I'm sure we're going to hear from them and others. I know on our end, we are very concerned about holding this project, because this is on town property, to the same standard we've held every other project that's come to us. And we've been very consistent with the screening. And we want to make sure that the mitigation and the screening is done appropriately.
Yeah, no doubt. I think we've after conversations with John and Robin and the CAC, we've added some screening by the, if you're going up the driveway, up to the right there, to block both on the left side and the right side to block array in the carports from Stony Street, and also when you're going up the driveway to block the other array from when you're driving up. So we've added those here. I don't know if you can see those here. This is a new row of trees, and so is that.
And I think we'll get it, we'll start to dig into that a little bit more. I know we also at the last meeting talked about you guys possibly meeting with the international school and maybe looking at what was proposed between those two, if it was, something they didn't want to see, or if that could be put somewhere else. But if you guys are done with your presentation, we'll open it up to everybody.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a comment?
Absolutely.
I was quoted in a memo, and I want to clarify what I actually said because it seems to have been somewhat distorted. I said in connection with Mr. Shanahan's project, when he said he deserved a credit for screening trees, my comment was that screening is something you're required to do. That has somehow been interpreted to mean that screening doesn't count towards an adequate mitigation plan. I think whether or not a mitigation plan is adequate is entirely up to the planning board. And I think screening is part of a mitigation plan, and in some cases it may even be the entire mitigation plan if screening is the only issue. But I don't think it's fair to say that the applicant has to do a mitigation plan on top of screening.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. All right, so we'll open it up to the public.
Good evening again, Jake Hopstein. And this time I'm going to read my statement.
Oh, boy.
Not long. All right. The installation of the canopy with the roof-mounted solar array has merit and should be approved in concept. The installation of EV charging stations also have merit and should be approved in concept. Although I am fundamentally opposed to the battery installation, if it results in stability for the EV charging station, it is an acceptable trade-off. However, tonight you will see a rare synergy. Like a rare astrological event, Councilman Diana, Mrs. Siegel, and I agree that the current plan for the ground-mounted solar array is a non-starter. Ground-mounted solar arrays are an ugly visual imposition in a residential or park environment. The plan as described will subject people driving into the park to view this ugly black desert. I urge you to disapprove the ground-mounted solar array as currently planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
If you think the stars are aligning in a strange pattern, I'm in concert with these guys. You know what? I kind of spoke maybe a little bit indelicately the last time I was here and out of turn, but I will try to be much more diplomatic at this point. I just want to, I think the whole concept is completely misplaced. This is your town park. This is your signature park. This is, all right? And I just want to give you some kind of perspective on this because I am very, and probably over the top, incensed by this whole application. Granite Knolls was purchased, I got to give you some little history, but through a tax sale. And it was at one time, there was big discussion on the town board about allocating a certain amount of money to make some improvements up there. And I think we had $25,000 allocated. I think Matt Talbert and some other people, we cleared the top of it to create some fields to allow people to have pee-wee football practices on it. And then we had, and much to the consternation of Mrs. Koppel, who lived down the hill and across the street, who didn't want anybody anywhere near her place of residence, which was on the south side of Stony Street. When I got into office, it was a big clamor. Everybody wanted ball fields. Everybody wanted ball fields, and I must have been that was the number one issue for in the town. We didn't have adequate ball fields. They never had a 90-foot baseball diamond. I remember coaching even in the SOAC behind Copper Beach in the ankle-busting ball field. Then we had the little place by the condos up on, what was it, by Legacy, the upper fields up there, which is the condo people were incensed because there was supposed to be a fence put up there. Anyhow, along comes Spectra Energy to redo their pipeline. And they're looking for a staging area, and we decided we had a great opportunity here now to, at their cost, to create a marvelous little recreational facility by getting into an arrangement with them whereby we would do a temporary lease. They would pay us to occupy the property, and then they would have to pay us to reclaim the property back to what it was pre-lease. And we told them, you're not going to reclaim it back to what it was. You're going to build us ball fields. And I remember sitting with Brian Gray, and I told him, go give me a sketch of your field of dreams. And he came back with a very modest plan, and I told him, this is your field of dreams? Go back to the drawing board. We finally came up with a concept of having two all-purpose fields, the baseball field, and I got a hoot. We just stuck in the practice screen up there because for dads, when they got their kids playing, they could maybe practice their putting. So it all went in, and the one thing we needed to do after a lot of negotiation was to get the issue that Spectra had, that it was going to be maybe more than a year that they were going to occupy the area. And so over a year, you're getting into whether or not it's an alienation of parkland. So we had to get a state approval for alienation for leasing it for more than a year. We needed a vote by the town board on successive meetings or whatever the procedure was. And we got a 4-0 vote until everybody came out of the woodwork and decided that they were going to stop the Algonquin pipeline. SAP people came out in groves, and Nick Bianco and Vishnu Patel changed their vote and killed the whole deal. So out went the fields. Well, I understood that the Spectra was going to have to come back to the other side of Stony Street and down through Legacy Fields. So we resurrected the deal at that point. But I can't tell you the amount of headwind I got and the lack of support in order to create that facility up there. Despite a lot of effort, we finally got it done. And one of the most beautiful things about that is you're high up and you got a vista, you got to the south, to the west, and at one point in time, we actually suggested, I think John Taggart was up there with me, suggested taking down the trees to the west in order to create a view towards the Hudson River as well. When you get up there, you feel like you're in a different world. You're high above, you don't see, there's no homes around it, which is beautiful. The kids can recreate, make as much noise as they want. And it's a facility that would be the envy of just about any town, or any university. It's just absolutely turned out wonderful and beautiful, and a great credit to a lot of perseverance with a lot of headwind that was coming for all different reasons. Because we were going, it was the Murphy pipeline, and Supervisor Grace and Terrence Murphy were going to give all the kids cancer because they were going to play next to the pig station, to the pipeline. It was just the hyperbolic arguments and headwind we got was absolutely outrageous. Anyhow, I come across this new plan where you've got this beautiful ball fields up high with these great vistas all around, and now we're going to turn it into a solar farm with a ball field. You just you're creating an industrial site out of what is a bucolic set of ball fields. I understand the car canopies are going to be 14 foot in height. I guess that's to accommodate truck traffic, the ability of trucks to pass underneath. But I think the lowest end of the canopies over the parking lot are 14 foot in height. The whole parking lot is going to be filled with canopies, correct? All right. If the parking lot is probably about 6 to 8 feet below below the ball fields, and you stand about 6 foot tall. So when you look to the east, your line of sight is going to be right inside the canopies. That's what you're going to look at. Line of sight is going to be dead into the canopies, the solar panels. And you sit here, and I one time had represented Joe Shanahan in his debacle. But the big thing you always worry about is you talk about it. You talk about blocking, putting up screening, and adequate screening, and blocking the visual impact of solar panels. You're putting them in a place where you invite the whole town to come in and recreate. I think you had a baseball tournament this weekend where the parking lot was full and overflowing with people. You got everybody coming to town to recreate in your solar farm, and you want to screen because it's just absolutely bizarre. The other point is that one of the things that we when we did the ball fields, we went through a lot of the mitigation that we had to do in order, and DEP put us through a lot because the water table is very high up there. So that's why the parking lot is gravel, not paved, and I think we had a hell of a time getting through DEP approval of even paving the apron of the driveway up there. Part of the mitigation is Bruce Barber had created a whole landscaping plan that was supposed to be put in place between the entrance road to the ball fields and Stony Street, because that ended up having the old, and if you remember, there's an old rundown shack. It's from Stony Street, and the vegetation between Stony Street and the entranceway is all second growth. It's scraggly shrubbery. So we had a whole landscape plan to go in there. The only reason why we couldn't do it is because we actually didn't have enough money to do everything and do the landscape plan. But now my understanding is you're putting solar panels all down through there as well.
Mike,
right?
Can I ask you a question? Whose idea was this? Who started this whole thing? I mean, was it from the Parks Department? Was it from the town board? Somebody had to come up with this, to me, idiotic idea and try to push it through. Who was behind this?
I have no idea. I actually thought it may have been a joke, but
It's leased, isn't it?
I just don't. You know what? I just don't understand it. It's not the issue for your pro solar or your anti solar. It doesn't make any difference. It's just where you put it. You're taking the park, and I'm going to tell you, I got comments from people all through the county and some people from the state to saying, what an incredible place this is that you created, and it is. It's absolutely the whole idea behind a place to recreate is you want something bucolic. You want something where the aesthetics are pleasing. You're just by approving this thing, you're destroying the whole thing.
But it had to originate someplace.
I have no idea. Yeah, that
Wasn't this dedicated? Is this a dedicated park?
Yes.
So wouldn't it have to have gone through an alienation
Yes.
process, and then somebody in the town board would have to initiate that? Am I right?
Right. And the thing is that you also, I mean, my questions on besides, I'm reacting emotionally to it.
I
but,
understand.
But on the legal issue too, I don't know if the alienation was done correctly because I don't know because what you really done is you completely alienated. It's not a temporary alienation. When we wanted to build the fields, believe it, when we wanted to build the fields, which we would have gotten out, and we would have gotten double what Spectra had given us because they thwarted the first deal. But when we wanted to build the deals, we had to do an alienation because we were worried about doing it. So it was a temporary alienation for a year. We got the room filled up with people against the pipeline, so it was a collateral issue. Then this was collateral damage to their environmental activism, which had nothing to do with us because the federal government had approved that we couldn't stop it, we couldn't do anything. We were just making the best out of a bad situation. We got grief, and Nick Bianco and and it was Vishnu Patel, and they deserved all the blame for thwarting it in the first place and having it to be re-resurrected. And it was I was absolutely annoyed with them that they did it, But to your point, it's still you have to have a permanent alienation because I guess this is going to be what 25-year lease. So
It's a lease.
Yeah, so it has to be. And the thing is, what you're doing here is I don't this is they have a term for somebody that does something just for the money, and it seems like this is what's going on here because first of all, it's not you're renting out 3+ acres of your of your prime recreational facility in town for 25 years at $140,000 a pop. I don't know who did the negotiations, but to me that's not it's. So if
Is that $140,000 for 10 years?
I think it's a 140 per year for 25 years, so it's like $3 million, $4 million. But you're basically taking a facility that again, I just don't see, you know.
To be honest, from a practical perspective, I was there Saturday, and parking is just a nightmare. And I don't think, given the layout, I don't think there's going to be any room for additional parking, which is, I think, from a practical perspective, what is really necessary up there as well.
Well, the thing is, you really parks play. Aaron, you know this very well, being a supervisor. Parks take a special role. You can't. You hold them in trust for the town. You hold them in trust for the recreational purposes of the town. This is really running contrary to that. The intent of what the park is. Let me suggest this: if for some reason, I would like to know whether there's an escape clause to the contract and what the escape clause is, because I think that's something that needs to be explored. But assuming that there's not, there's other alternatives to this. I mean, first of all, it's just the notion that you're going to take town park and just keep putting it into solar farms. I think the town owns 500 acres of parkland. So I don't know why you picked this. And you got a couple of ball fields you can put canopies over to it, but it doesn't. If you're going to start doing this, if you want to do it up there for some reason, if you go to the west, where it drops off and goes downhill. Okay, so the tracks around the park. So if you go to the west and it drops downhill, if you want to take down those trees, create that view towards the west, and put the solar panels down that side of the hill, it's southern and western exposure. Nobody will see it. You won't see it from Stony Street. You won't see it from the recreational area because you can't see past where the handball courts are. And if you shove it all the way down there, and you want it, if you're hell bent on creating revenue out of your parks, which I think is a philosophical issue that you have to decide whether the town should be doing it in the first place. But okay, if you've passed that hurdle and you think that that's an appropriate thing to do, then at least stick them down the west side of the mountain.
One question: Did you say there's a contract out already with the town and the supplier?
I imagine there has to be some kind of written agreement.
Who went into this written agreement? Who signed this agreement? That's what I can't understand.
So
what was it done in the middle of the night?
Why don't we take a step back? I think Jim could probably answer that question.
I'm not familiar with the.
We haven't seen that.
The lease or anything with respect to this application.
Hang
on a second. We're all over the place.
But that's.
Let's keep it to one at a time. Go ahead, Aaron.
In reviewing this application, we are reviewing a part of a site that's the town owns. Okay, so I guess the site plan is for the site, the entirety of the park. You're suggesting the project be moved to a different part of that park.
Yes,
so that the visual, amenities and all of the positive things which you outlined in your comments can be preserved, and yet the town could still get the revenue by using the public lands.
Right.
Can we do that?
I think what you can do is at least force the exploration of that alternative, and by that I mean is that let's assume we're over the hurdle of saying that it's appropriate to somehow go into long-term leases on our parkland for revenue purposes that are unrelated to anything that the park is being otherwise, held for in the public trust. So assuming that you think that's appropriate, which I think is a healthy debate that can be had on that issue alone, assuming that to be the case, and assuming that you have some contractual obligations on this particular piece at this point, the town owns, I don't know, hundreds of acres up there. If you take, so you're worried about the site from Stony Street. I'm also, to me, driving by at 40 miles an hour down Stony Street and seeing the panels doesn't bother me. But if you invite me to the park with my kids to recreate, and I've got to sit in front of an acre and a half or 3 acres full of solar panels, that to me it would be upsetting. So I don't want to see it up there. So if you take it and you shift it all the way over and
I get it.
slide it all the way down the other side of the hill. Now, the only impediment to that, so to speak, would be that you're going to take down the trees. And I also will submit that when we all went down this road to go to solar energy, there's a conflict between trees and having panels because you can't have one with the other. They're mutually exclusive uses. The trees down to the west side of the hill up there is not very, the vegetation, the trees and everything else is not great stuff. I'm not a botanist, but if you take a look at it, it's straggly,
Yeah.
So if you stick it all the way down that side of the hill, you can get your revenue because if that's what your goal is. If you're in the park and recreating, you don't see it because you'll see over it because there's enough of a grade differential. You'll get southern and western exposure. You get your income. And then when you want to have a mitigation plan for all the trees that they take down on that side of the mountain, have them put the plan in that Bruce Barber developed for the east side of the mountain down towards Stony Street. And you'll have a beautiful entranceway to the park. It'll be pristine, and nobody will see anything. Take the canopies off the parking lot, get rid of them, because they don't serve any purpose at all. And the only reason why you're putting them there because there's a gravel there anyhow, and that's not a compelling interest to put them at that spot. And I'm one voice in the town. I understand that, and I am no longer town supervisor, so I understand that. I find myself in an odd position because I have never ever spoken out against anything in this town for fully. But to me, it's just I know the amount of effort and headwind I faced in trying to create this thing and get it off the ground. I know the opposition that I got from people that then showed up at the ribbon cutting with smiles on their face when they fought me every step of the way. And they did. I mean, it's uncanny. I mean, I got Vishnu running around at the ribbon cutting. The guy fought me to the point where he yelled and screamed at us and ran out of a town board meeting. And this is how they fought us and fought us for us. And look, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm not saying they're not. But I'm very proud that we got it done, that our administration got it done, and that the next administration's finished it. I just hate to see that the legacy at this point is that you've now taken what is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful resource in this town and completely and utterly, loading it up with visual pollution. Regardless of the environmental benefit, I think you're off the wrong track. I really ask them to explore a different alternative or deny it. That's my...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Michael, you've officially now talked longer than Susan Siegel ever has up at the
I'm making up for 6
Huh?
years of...
So,
We need
okay,
a
whoa.
The cameras were off, right?
If anybody sees these guys out in the parking lot starting their own political party, we're in an alternate universe. Pat,
how's everybody doing?
Go ahead.
Patrick Comiskey, Vice Chair, Parks and Rec Commission. So I do. First thing I want to say is, Michael's 100% right. The people that were so against it were the ones that were smiling the brightest at the day of the ribbon cutting. But obviously, I've submitted some questions and some concerns to you. I'm not going to go through them right now. I want to answer your question, Mr. LaScala. So how did this come about? At the end of 2019, a solar vendor came to, I believe they first went to the town board. The town board referred them back to the Parks and Rec Commission about the proposal to install a solar canopy at Granite Knolls. I believe we went back and forth a couple of times. He came and gave us different presentations. I believe it was June 4th, 2020. The Parks and Rec Commission voted to recommend to the town board to go forward with the plan, with the understanding that we weren't sure if the town board could just have that one vendor do it, and we suggested that they actually put it out for an RFP. So an RFP was issued and it was issued in a way to give the different solar companies the license to get creative, come up with better ideas, come up with a way that we can maximize the property and, of course, maximize the revenue. Also, the caveat was that the revenue generated would go back to the Parks and Rec Commission, because even though we did get a lot of money for that legacy field use, we didn't get all of it. So that was basically the history of it. It has been put out to public bid. They did receive a bunch of different bids. This one was the best for the town. It has been awarded. I can't exactly speak to the whether or not it was alienated. I'm pretty sure it was, but that's a question for Mr. Slater. But other than that, I just wanted to give you the history. If you had any other questions as far as the commission's part of it, just feel free to ask me. I'm going to let everybody else speak their piece when it comes to the rest of it.
So there was a signed contract?
There is
between
a
the
signed
vendor?
agreement. There's a signed lease agreement right now. Executed lease agreement between the town and Hasp Solar. Yes, sir. I have a copy of it. That's all I know.
I can't understand. Who signed the lease? Is it Parks and Rec? Did
No,
they have?
absolutely no. We don't have the authority to sign a lease.
Okay, so then who?
It's signed. It's signed by Matt Slater. It was a resolution was adopted by the town board to authorize him to sign the lease with them after the proposals were reviewed and they were deemed the most responsive bidder.
It's news to me.
So Pat, you've got 9 bullet points here.
Yes, sir.
And is the group familiar with?
We are, yeah. I think.
All right, you gotta have to. If you speak, you're gonna have to come up here. I'm sorry.
I think
before
some
we-
of them
can-
Eric tried to respond to.
Before we get to the 9 bullet points, could you comment on the aesthetics of what's going on? Did you guys have any input in the location that was being discussed and ended up being leased?
Full disclosure, the Parks and Rec Commission was aware of the canopy. The array was, like we said, we had suggested to the town board. They had given us a draft of what the request for proposal was going to be. It was written in a way for the solar companies to be creative to maximize the property and the revenue. So we were not aware of the ground array until we received the first package, the first proposal from the company.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for the Parks and Rec Commission?
Yeah, don't go far.
I'm not going to be back there.
All
I'm going to let my chairman do the next one.
Susan, before you go up,
Yeah, we can try to respond to some of
yeah,
these
if you could
now.
just
Sure.
so we have things clear.
And I may need some help from Eric on this. The first is the construction schedule. We've spoken to the town.
Well, before you get that out, Counselor,
Sure.
the alienation of park land, is that addressed?
My information that it was successfully addressed and completed.
All right, so I think that's the first hurdle we have to
Okay.
clear. So if that's the case,
Yeah, my understanding, I wasn't part of it, but legislation was asked for by the state, granted, and it's all been approved. The RFP was submitted by the town board, approved by the town board. A number of submissions were submitted, including ours. We were found to be the most responsible bidder and with the biggest advantage to the Recreation Commission. That was voted on, approved. The lease was negotiated out in the public and approved by the town board. So it all went through the whole process for years. I don't know if people weren't paying attention, or sometimes you don't, but it all happened above board. The construction schedule, I know we've gone back and forth to work. I know it was asked by the Recreation Commission to do it in November to April. There was a little more time frame, a narrower time frame in that time frame, and we've agreed to that. That would be a time frame where there is be no use of the fields and impact to the public. There was a question about number 4. I'll jump to number 4. Number 4 is the increased number of trees, the indication that it looks good, but it's an issue for the planning board to look at. We'd be glad to answer or discuss or go through any potential other mitigation plans other than the one we have now. The number 5 has to do with the really the stormwater runoff. The plan is to have the stormwater runoff. There's a SWIP being prepared and finalized. That amount of water will be either equal to or less than it is now in terms of runoff, so that will all be taken care of by the engineering portion. I think there's another comment also on the number 9 is really similar to 5 on the stormwater runoff. The canopy lighting, we submitted the proposal that we will be having something similar to that. There will be a lighting plan to show the impact on the lighting, which we'll submit in the next few weeks to the board. On the security cameras, if there's anything that needs to be moved, be glad to work with the town to ensure that the security cameras are properly looking at the locations that the town needs. Not an issue at all. That was number 8. The number 2 is a detail about the DC and AC wiring, sort of a technical engineering question. Eric, maybe you could help me with that one.
Yeah, so I could touch base on that. So as far as the wiring goes, where we're proposing the driveway that I mentioned earlier, we're going to have about 5 utility poles, and that's really to hold the equipment that the utility company would own, so that we can interconnect into the grid. So that would be above ground, right adjacent to the driveway, so the utility has access to the poles. And then the rest of the site would be completely underground. So you won't see it. It'll be underground, trenched throughout the site, avoid any utilities, wiring, can go up, down, left and right around any obstructions or anything like that, but you would not see it. Yep, and as far as the SWIP goes, we will prepare a full SWIP in accordance with DEP requirements and town requirements. It will be similar to other solar projects in the town as far as mitigation measures, like the energy dissipators I mentioned, pollinator-friendly seed mix, the growth, the trees we're planting as well. So similar types of mitigation measures as well.
And just Eric, if you could talk quickly about I guess they're number 6, what the type of foundation and the existing utilities that are in the carport area.
Yeah, so the foundation itself, there's going to be a number of canopies coming down from the canopy system, and they do not have to be located in fixed points. So if there are any utilities underneath, they can be moved to different locations. So there will be no conflict in that as well. So there is some leeway in that regard. But all utilities can be avoided without any issues.
I think that answers all the questions.
Yeah, I think let's go back to the public, see if
yeah.
anybody else. And
Great.
We got a race.
Go ahead, my dear. All right. Susan Siegel. I have comments on a variety of subjects. So to get back to the questions you asked, Mr. LaScala, about how this all came about, I think Mr. Kaminsky explained some of it. It started with an RFP, but my reading of the RFP was that it was just for a carport. Okay. When the town board awarded the bid, I think they received 6 proposals. They said it was for an solar energy system. They never ever said that it was for a carport plus a ground solar array plus a battery storage. Okay. When they voted, and then when they awarded the bid, and I'm sorry I don't have that date in my mind, but I did write an article about this that was in last week's Yorktown News, so it has that date. Okay. They then directed the town attorney to start working on the contract based on that. And all they said was it was based on the HESP's proposal in July to the RFP, but they never said what was in HESP's proposal. They just said consistent with HESP's proposal. So the public had no idea about the ground array. When HESP made a presentation in February, the town board, they did say that they had 4 different options. One was just the canopy, like in the RFP, and then it ranged to 4 options, and the town had selected the 4th option, the canopy, the ground array, and the solar. But again, they had already, and then they voted to have the supervisor sign the contract. Again, consistent with the July presentation, and the public didn't know what was in the contract, that it had these 2 other components, when it's one thing to say, I don't mind the carport. I mean, Mr. Grace has some aesthetic objections to the canopy, but I think other people in the public would say okay to the canopy, but maybe had some concerns about the array. But we didn't know that, all right? And the town, in its publicity and all its press releases, kept saying carport, 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 and no trees will be cut down. And this is all documented, right? And they called it a solar energy system. They never talked about the array. So that came as a surprise. Came as a surprise to me, who's been sitting through all these meetings, and I didn't even realize it because I didn't look carefully at all the documents. So that's a little history. There has been, on the town's perspective, a lack of transparency. But in terms of the legal issues, since the town has already signed this contract, I can't get into the legal aspects of whether you can if the planning board has issues with the site plan, how that could change the legality of the contract.
I would ask one question of our attorney.
Yeah.
Is there an escapatory clause in the contract?
He didn't do that. The town attorney did the contract.
Well, shouldn't we know that as
I
a board?
think so. If you have
the
issues with the
contract could
site
be,
plan.
But is the contract binding, any more binding than any other application that comes before us in terms of where someone wants to cite something? What freedom or flexibility or responses do we have to such a situation?
I can answer that question. Your obligation is to review a site plan under the zoning ordinance. That's your obligation. It's not to rule on contracts or the validity of contracts. It's just to review the site plan. You can reject the site plan as you could any other site plan. But you
Or look
can't
for
reject it
modifications.
because you think it's a bad deal or it shouldn't have been made in the first place or whatever.
Or to look for modifications, can't we,
You can look for modifications.
on the entire site? Or just the piece that they're proposing to work on?
Well, it depends on the alienation.
Right.
Well, that raises two issues. I haven't read the details of the contract, but I assume the contract says we're going to do a ground array of X number of kilowatts, and this is, and all of the monetary compensation is based on the kilowatts. So if you change the size or the size of the ground array, you're changing something that would impact in the contract. Or to follow Mr. Grace's suggestion, if you put the solar or the ground mounted someplace else, that would change the whole kilowatt aspects of the project, which would then change the nature of the contract.
Not necessarily, though.
Well, if it's different, if your contract, if the amount of kilowatts would change,
Right.
then
But if it were the same, we would be able to relocate it according to site plan.
yeah, if the kilowatt, because that would be that. All right, the other issue that I wanted to bring up, the Conservation Board in their memo talked about that the mitigation should be on site. And this ties into something that Mr. Grace said, that the landscaping plan, and I remember there was a very elaborate landscaping plan that never got implemented, okay? Why put money into the tree fund, which I think was part of the mitigation plan, when there is ample places on site? And the tree law does say that mitigation on site is the preferable thing. So consider that when you're doing that. I also raise an issue about the DEP, and again, this ties into something Mr. Grace said, problems with the DEP and the fact that the parking lot was gravel because of the stormwater issue. Part of that contract also has, I assume it has clauses dealing with paving, because some of the revenue generated by the kilowatt is going to be offset by money that's going to go to paving the parking lot. And how will that impact in terms of the DEP and the stormwater because of that? Another issue, and this gets to something that you raised, Jim. I'm sorry I'm calling you Jim because I always mispronounce your last name.
My mother calls me Jim.
Okay. And this has been a recurring problem. It came up as you mentioned, the amount of trees planted, trees and shrubs for landscaping as opposed to mitigation. It came up in Foothill. It has come up before, and I believe it was also raised in the Tree Commission memo to you on the solar issue. And before you made your comments, I was going to point out that there were two different attorneys having two different opinions because of what you said at one hearing, at one meeting, and then the town attorney who was covering for you at a subsequent meeting said something different. I think the intent in the tree law for mitigation was clearly that what you needed for landscaping or required screen or landscaping in terms of a site plan, in terms of the solar law, its screening is one thing, and mitigation was separate. And I think you have to be more careful, about that. and not take away from the mitigation requirements and the extent of mitigation just because you're planting shrubs around something or you're required otherwise to do some screening. I think that's all. Thanks a lot.
And I take back my prior statement.
I was waiting for that.
You're number two again. Susan has now taken the lead.
But I
In time
disagree with
talking.
I would disagree with Mr. Grace's suggestion to move the ground array and cut down all those trees. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anybody else from the public? Uh-oh.
Good evening, all.
This is a first.
How is everybody?
Good. Yourself?
Good, good, good. I want to thank the board for giving me opportunity to speak up here tonight. Tom Diana, 65-year Stony Street resident, deputy supervisor of the town of Yorktown, and my statements here tonight do not reflect the entire town board's opinion on this particular project. People that know me know that I dislike ground-mounted solar panels immensely. That goes without saying. And I've been corrected by an astute member of the staff of the town of Yorktown that it's not industrial, but maybe industrial looking. Okay. So, you know, this is a good project. The problem with the project is, and I think more so than ever, is that people were, how can I put this? Money driven to help our Parks and Recreations Department. Over the weekend, as Sergio had mentioned, I was up there also at an event. It was a ball game for the Sorrentino Cup. The parking lot was overflowing. You almost couldn't get people around and through it, let alone find any place to park. The place that the secondary panels, not the carport, but the secondary ground array of solar panels are going to be put, is in a location which was slated to be built at a later date for overflow parking. Historically, that particular area there has washed out onto Stony Street and continues to wash out onto Stony Street on a regular basis, causing an icing problem and so forth. Not only that, but we also do have a sewer main that runs down through that, and I believe that may be indicated on the detail. I'm not sure. That in onto itself could create somewhat of a problem. I've seen where they've had, during regular rains, have to bring the loaders and so forth up to bring the dirt back up onto the hill. Now, since things have been done up there, it's a little bit better, but we still get the icing down on that end of the street. In the business I'm in, I do level spreaders, okay? In theory, in a perfect world, they work. We all know we do not live in a perfect world, okay? So, quite possibly, and I'm no engineer, but they may slow it down, but it's still going to occur. That is a wet area. Even though it's on top of that hill, it is a wet area. Michael Grace could tell you when we went up there and walked it, at one point in time during the inception of this, we were surprised on how wet it was in certain places that we didn't think it would be wet. But that one location for the ground array should be not allowed or moved. I have no problem with them moving it towards the west part of that complex and putting it down towards where those dead, dying, or invasive species of trees are. I'm no arborist. I can't tell you which are which at this point in time because there's no leaves on them. Some people can tell by looking at the bark. I cannot. It's interesting with the solar canopy that we want to put up, that is slated to go up there. And I had actually gone up there at one point and I put several 2x4s together and stuck them up in the air. Those panels are going to be 18 feet approximately at their highest level and approximately 14 feet at their lowest level. That's pretty high. I put them against my truck and stood them up so that I could see how high 18 feet was, just for a visual on my own. I know from the type of work I do how tall 18 feet is, but to actually take a visual and take a little look from where it is, it's going to be quite obtrusive to the bucolic nature of that particular park. My suggestion, and I don't even know that it can be done as per contract and so on and so forth, but if we did take all of those panels and move them to the most western part of the property behind where the bleachers are on that field, and I believe there's some retention areas there and so forth we may have to deal with, or not, because that's quite an expansive lot that's back there. I think it could house all of what the gentlemen want to put in up in that location, and would not have any or a limited amount of eyesore to anybody that's coming up and going by that. But my main objection is for the ground panels being mounted down towards Stony Street at this point. But the 18-foot carport things, I wish I would have thought it better. I voted yes on it. I'll be the first to admit it. I was wrong. But I can't take that back at this point. But I can only ask you folks to take a good hard look at it and see if we can rectify this situation. And I'm not saying do away with it, because I think it's a good project, but I think it needs to be moved. I think it needs to be moved to the western side of that facility up there.
You're in the unique position of many people could come up and say exactly what you said, but not too many people could do something to accomplish what you're trying to do by virtue of the fact that you're on the town board. And I've got another town board member here.
Hello, Sergio.
You look familiar.
You too.
What options, you have to tell us if there's some options,
Tom, before you get started, to be quite honest, there is a parking issue up there that needs to be addressed.
Sooner than later.
And so if the ground mounted solar goes where that is, I know I parked. Matt helped me park the other day. What was I parked on? I asked you.
The 26,000 gallon cistern.
Okay, so we had a whole bunch of cars parked on the cistern, just this Saturday. So I don't know if there's really any other place for parking other than that location where those solar panels are.
And that was.
And if that's the case, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. And as Michael Grace had said, that there was a planting plan for that area for water retention, et cetera, plus the parking, plus everything. Bruce Barber, correct? Is Michael still here? Yeah. But
Well, you gotta wait to come up to the mic.
so anyway, yes, and thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. I'm on a hot seat is where I'm at this point in time. Like I say, it's interesting. Willie and I have had conversations about
everybody learns,
Yeah, and I learned a big lesson this time. That before I do anything, I'm going up on these sites and I'm taking a look at them before I say yes, because this one, I'm not saying it's a mistake. It was a mistake of me saying yes too quickly. I'm not saying that the solar is a mistake. I'm not against solar. I just don't like it on the ground.
So
Never did.
Do we think that area is a viable alternative for parking
That's
or
what I
any use?
think.
I mean, pickleball courts or whatever. I mean,
Yes. The short answer, Rob, is yes. It is a viable area. Matter of fact, I believe Mr. Koffler is in tonight for some other type of work on that particular access road there that was used uniquely for many years to get in and out of there, in and out of our access to Granite Knoll, so we could use those all-purpose fields. But that being said, and like I say, the legal end of it I can't speak to. I defer to the attorneys. But but like he says, this is just to say yes or no. But in as far as the for you guys say yes or no. But in as far as the contract, where we're at, you know, what we would have to do, possibly just to move them, you know, and if it can still be done. I don't know, but that's
Were there any conversations that anybody's aware of expansion at the park in the future? I would hate to be contemplating an area within the park and then somebody comes up and says, well, that's where we're going to put the pool.
Yeah, and I don't think no, not over there.
I think Pat's behind you. He's probably got the answer to that.
Now I'm in trouble.
And now, just for the record,
I got my back up.
Listen, Lascala wanted to limit your time up here.
Are you limiting my time? I gotta go.
He said you're 1.
Okay.
Siegel's 2. Grace is 3. And
what about Mr. Kopstein?
He's coming back.
So, parking wise, Pat.
Mr. Reen is here too, who actually was the designer of this whole facility. So yes, as everybody knows, the whole reason why we had the big issue with the schedule and the staging was, we know that we have a parking problem up there. It's been known since we first developed it. We had our first tournament there this spring, and we restricted the amount of teams they could have in the soccer tournament with the knowledge that we have a parking problem. But again, we do what we can with the money we're given. So we did what we can. Michael came to us, asked for a Field of Dreams. The Parks and Rec Commission got together. We came up with this facility. It was great. Joe did an awesome job. That corner was always projected to be the future thing. It's going to take some work, which is why we didn't have the money to do it then.
Yeah, and we have DEP to contend with also with that particular parking lot, whether they're actually going to allow us or allow the gentleman from the solar company to install there. That was a major problem with us at one point in time, and I don't believe there's been any DEP permits or applications put in at this point in time.
I heard something about paving. Is there any talk about paving that? And is that even possible?
The part of the deal, it's an upfront revenue payment as part of the deal for us to take the money, and the town would then put paving of that parking lot.
Can you do
the
that?
The intent is for the town to do it. It's not under
Pave after the DEP said
Sounds like no.
gravel.
Everyone's asked that question, and the people that do the paving have said that they believe that they can. Maybe not that easily, but
Are you asking if you can pave underneath there?
They
I mean, are you talking about a porous pavement or?
Well, there's two different questions.
They don't know what they're talking about yet because it still has to. It's going to affect the stormwater situation.
Anything?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a discussion I had today with Eric, that their stormwater and their constructions here need to take into account this future paving, so that there's nothing that we get which we're going to have to modify. Okay, so.
And in regard to Mr. Rena worked long and hard to get that parking lot as it is now, and the gravel in that parking lot is used just for water absorption and dissipation. As a matter of fact, there's a retention pond to the what would that be, to the east of that, that some of that water does infiltrate too, if I'm not mistaken, and it's actually even oversized just because of the way it was built.
I mean, was your question as far as a permitting or a constructibility?
Not constructibility,
And then I can-
permitting.
Okay.
Yes,
You
thank
can go. You can go now.
Well, Joe can, knows
Am I
as well.
dismissed?
No.
Willie, am I
No, he
dismissed?
said no, you can't go.
I can't go yet? Can't go yet. Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
No, the water table on the top of the mountain was 1 or 2 feet. It was 1 or 2 feet or something, right? It was very, 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 very shallow.
Yeah.
And so the original plan was to actually, we wanted to pave the lot, but we couldn't because DEP wouldn't allow us to. I don't know what would have changed between now and then. There's an enormous amount of gravel both under the fields, but we also had to, that was a big problem. And the apron they gave us, we spent a lot of time with DEP just on the apron to pave the apron up to the park.
And that was for handicapped access.
Yeah,
for
well,
some of it,
yeah, no, and then there was a whole plan from everything from the access drive up to the fields to Stony Street. That whole area had a whole landscaping plan, which I don't know what happened to it, but the reason why we couldn't do it because it was too expensive. We couldn't get everything done for the money that we had. And just on the legal issue, because I was town attorney at one time as well. I think what the board needs to do, and it is a point of inquiry for you. I don't think this board should feel that they need compelled to grant the special use permit based upon strict compliance with the code, because I think that you have discretion to deny it. And should you think that you're contractually bound to just approve it or modify it, I think that you may want to take a look at the contract and know that you're not forced. There's no contractual gun to your head, and you're also in a unique position because it is town-owned property. Not only town-owned property, but it's a town parkland. So the thing is that I think you have a greater responsibility to scrutinize this and to pay attention, especially to what it is that the town is holding that property for. It's a town park. It's for recreational purposes. That's what it's for. It's not another piece of property that's owned by the town in a proprietary capacity. It is held strictly in trust for the public for recreational purposes. And is this a project that is going to deter from that and take away from it? And I would suggest that both the visual impact, and especially the visual impact, is that you're going to destroy what the intrinsic value is of why the town is holding that in for trust to the public. And I think on that basis alone, you should be able to deny it. So,
in as far as the alienization, I believe it was alienated for, I'm not sure if it was for the ground mount, but for the canopies. I'm not sure if the ground mount was included in that. And, you know, it's just, I think a good hard look's got to be looked into that western portion. It would take down the least, following our tree law, et cetera, it would take down the least amount of trees, it would have the least amount of tree impact, just to think outside the box a little bit, I guess, for not just this board, but for also the folks from HESP, so that it possibly could be done. Because there's already basically 3/4 of an access road up there. They'd have to cut in the back just a little bit.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll talk to Mr. Rodriguez tomorrow.
Yeah,
and we'll get some clarification on
I'm done.
exactly what was alienated and what's allowed to be used. For
You know, I don't know how that impacts what we're doing here, but I have to tell you, after hearing everybody, I've got more questions than answers.
Yes.
When you guys started talking about parking, I think I saw David Steinmetz run out of the auditorium.
I talked and he ran out. Is that what
He did. Oh, no, there he's still there. But there's a lot to absorb here, and I appreciate the presentation everybody's done.
It's been a nice job.
But I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I think maybe this is something we should hold over.
I'd have one more question for HESP to consider.
Okay.
I know that they mentioned several times, and if I understand it, there's going to be 5 utility poles coming up the driveway.
Yeah.
But the rest is going to be underground. Why can't those utility poles not be there, and the wiring going down to the street, be underground?
I'll let you guys.
Is there any reason for that?
Yeah, I think to keep.
I'm just curious because that's very specific. So I know there's a reason for it. I just want to know what it is.
Yep. So those poles will be owned by the utility company, so Con Edison, and then there's specific equipment that can't be put underground, and they'll be put on the poles, and that will be coming in. So there's like reclosers and different transformers and things like that coming into the site that can't be put underground.
But can't they can't be surface, with like pillars around them to protect them?
No.
Just like
no.
just like underground utility is?
No, it has
Can't
to be.
It has to be up on a pole?
Where is that shown on the plan, if I could ask?
Yep.
I can.
Right here.
Okay.
So the last pole's right there.
So-
and then right here. So we have landscaping, on both sides of it to screen it, but it comes right along the edge of the driveway here, so anybody can come in.
It's the lower driveway.
Utility can access the poles, the equipment, and all that. So it's at a safe height, but they can still get to it.
Thank you.
All right, so just to,
On my end, may I?
you can come up.
Jay Copstein again. Undergrounding wires and transformers are expensive. Con Ed undergrounded on Underhill Avenue because they didn't want to continuously come back for down wires. You don't have to have poles. They just have to pay to put it underground. They don't want to expend that money. New York City, Manhattan is totally underground, or for the most part underground. So is most of the Bronx, Queens, and Brooklyn. Transformers, those pots, can go underground. there's no reason other than dollars that they wouldn't want to do it. And another note, if you're going to hold this over, thank you. Otherwise, I'll skip the word I was going to use. The board's got the authority to say no to the permit. Say no if you don't like it, or hold it over until you get more questions answered. Thank you.
So, round two, go ahead, Susan.
Just very quickly, I'm going to put on my hat as the president of the Yorktown Trailtown Committee. With all the talk about possibly moving the ground array over to the west, I know there's a trail there. I can't tell you the exact location, and we certainly don't know what the west means for where the ground array was. But that is something for you to consider for the people. And I was going to compliment Hess for working with Jane and Walt Daniels on relocating the access for the proposed location. Okay, you were very accommodating to them, but now we're hearing more concerns about even having the ground array there. But so thank you, but also be careful about moving it to the west. In terms of the parking, also the Trail Town has investigated the possibility of creating excess parking on the east side of Stony Street, kind of in the vicinity of where the entrance road is to Granite Knolls. There used to be an old barn shack there, and that was torn down many years ago
Yeah,
because
we
it was
heard about
dilapidated.
that.
What?
We heard something about that.
And it is partial, and it's level, and we investigated it with Dave Paganelli about the feasibility of creating parking there, and he said roughly ballpark $20,000 to fix up the access, both north and south, because of sight distance issues and the curvature. So it's not the best solution for additional parking, but certainly one could cross over Stony Street and access that. And if you're going to look into the alienation issue, would you please look carefully, and again, this is something that I missed, both the town's home rule message to the legislature, plus also the language in the alienation bill. Does it talk about a solar energy system? Does it define what's in a system? Or does it just use that generic term, which really begs the point about what we are alienating this for?
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up. For the record, we do have a memo from Walt and Jane Daniels that should be part of our public hearing record, addressing some of the concerns on the trails.
Anybody else from the public? We certainly heard a lot. John? Counselor? Anything to add at this point?
I've said plenty.
Well, I spoke with Eric this afternoon about some of the stormwater issues.
Yep.
So no full stormwater plan yet, so.
Okay.
And again, I think there needs to be some coordination between their project and the future paving project in terms of the stormwater, the constructions, things like that. I had a full conversation with him this afternoon. So, and there is a lighting plan yet to come. So I think you have some, boring details to go through as well.
Yeah.
In addition to all the other things you will be going through.
A few things to look at. All right, so we'll hold it over?
I think so.
Yes.
I think so. We hold it over until we get some answers.
All right.
Richard,
Thank you.
one comment I would make
Yep.
is I think it is important. This is a tough one, because I think all intentions were good.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Raising money for the Park and Recs is awesome thing to do. The space is there, but the opportunity we have is if that upper area there on the right is viable for parking, then it could be equally viable for canopies over that parking. But if you put the ground array there, you lose that opportunity for parking altogether. So I think, like you said earlier, there's more questions now than
Yeah.
answers. So I think it's appropriate and responsible to keep it open.
Can we, I know you have 2 meetings a month. Can we do 30 days, maybe talk to staff?
I just worked it out with Robin. I don't know how we would,
What do you mean?
When's your next meeting?
May 9th.
Yeah, maybe can we go to the next meeting for the continuation?
Well, we're just going to adjourn. I would move that we adjourn the meeting tonight.
Without a date until the.
Without a date.
Yeah,
and
I
then-
think we
then-
gotta figure it out.
Work with staff and get the date.
And
Okay.
you come back.
Good.
Yeah.
So on that note, and all the comments, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I made the motion.
Second? All's in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, that ends the regular
Right.
portion of the meeting. We're going to move into the work session. Do we want to take a break?
I know you could hang meat in this place.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I know.
Hey, somebody shut off the air.
Never, in my mind, this is not a
Yeah,
distinction.
I mean, what do we got this running like? It's 40 outside.
Do you want to take a break before we get to the...
Yeah, why don't we take a quick break just so we could let Joe
set up.
Yeah.
I tell you, I think that's the worst thing you can do.
There's never a there's no distinction.
I mean,
It's a challenge because
they're only doing it for money. That's all they're doing it for. It's not.
Public body means,
But again, think about it, right? So where else
for
is
our
our money?
convenience that we provide these
There's
things
one
up.
place to get
Right.
taxes, right? So if they feel like they need the money and you can get a project
Well,
like
then,
this, then
I
that's
would say this: do we need
I know.
this money is going to buy?
What,
That's a great point. And, that's
If
kind
we
of,
need what the money is going to buy, then we got to go for it.
or figure out, that's right.
the same thing.
But I
Everything
think
is
there's
better
better
alternatives, resolutions at a work session.
Kind of like
Not
why we're
looking at the
here.
agenda. It's
People don't
It's full of
dig into
resolutions.
this stuff.
Actually, when we think about it,
Because
all
it
that
was
fucking
expedient to do it that way. You gotta do some business, you do the
These
business.
come in with 5% of the equity.
Yeah.
95%
That's right.
grants.
That's right. That's right.
I'll be right back.
New York State.
Yep.
That Foothill, my son-in-law works with kind of, that's almost fully subsidized by the government.
I quite like that.
Muted.
How are you? Long time no see.
We should call DoorDash now and get some.
Yeah, get some hot coffee.
I'm hungry.
Bring back the cookie and coffee.
My sister's calling me. It lights up my oh shit.
Just gotta be careful, because they're putting you in the middle.
Oh, I
Ridiculous.
it's Fight Club.
You can make any suggestions.
You got board. You know, it's all over the place.
Hi.
How would they be able to pave that?
What?
How can they pave that?
It can be, we're working on it.
Oh, you are. Okay. Okay. With Jason?
In vaudeville, they had the hook, you know.
Okay.
That was Oz again. So we have the Underhill Farm. This is a discussion of site plan, locations 370 Underhill Avenue.
Good evening, everyone. Joseph Reen, the Principal Site Design Consultants. The last time we were before you, we gave you an overview of the project. Tonight we're here to kind of fill in some of the gaps, answer some of the questions, and provide a little more in-depth information regarding the project. The project was, or this site was, and let me start with introducing everyone that's with me. Paul Galero and Michael Galero, the property and project owners. Dr. Phil Greeley from Collier Engineering. Steve Marino from Tim Miller Associates, and Beth Seelig from Hudson Cultural Services. So one of the questions that came up, and we've provided some information on, we provided a copy of the resolution, was the authorization and what went into the authorization by the town board for this project to be under the overlay district and meet the components of and the requirements of that. And that was done on February of this year, the 22nd of this year, and the town board adopted a resolution unanimously having this project work under that overlay district. Quick overview of the project from the existing conditions of the project. This is the site. It's located on Underhill Avenue, on the corner of Underhill and 118 on the northwest corner. It's 13.8 acre site. Just give me a second here. Switch screens. There we go. So the site, the main entry to the site currently is at this location right here. As you enter the site, the driveway splits off to the right and continues forward. There's a pond, existing pond on the left. And to the right, you have the Captain Underhill house, which will be preserved as part of this and restored as part of this project. The driveway continues around the right side of the Captain Underhill house to the east. There's a parking lot here which parallels Route 118. The property continues around the back of the Captain Underhill house. There are several structures on the site, existing structures, none of which are proposed to remain. The west side of the property, on the west of the pond, it shoots back in this area here behind Beaver Ridge along Glenrock Street. That area is mostly wooded. There are some small wetland areas in that area, which Steve Marino will give you more detail on. And what separates the wetland area from the and treat area from the site is an existing fire access road, which was put in place and is within an easement for Beaver Ridge as an emergency access to Beaver Ridge, and that easement is to be controlled and maintained by Beaver Ridge for continuous emergency access. We will be, however, providing a new access point or a new emergency access point, which would be much more suitable and meet today's standards. So, as far as the overlay district is concerned, the project is consistent with its intent. We've demonstrated consistency with the criteria in the ordinance to the satisfaction of the town board, and the project meets all the required bulk and zoning requirements set forth for the district. So we're not asking for any variation from that. The proposal is to construct a mixed-use development consisting of 148 dwelling units that are of a mixed type, 11,000 square feet of retail space, which would be in this lower section of the apartment building shown here, and that number does not include the Captain Underhill house and maintaining the Captain Underhill's house. Access to the project, that main access is going to be
continue to be maintained. So that's going to be the main or center point access to the property, which is located right here. And there'll be a secondary access, which is proposed here for this section of the project. The project is adjacent to other multifamily districts or developments rather. So to the right or south rather, right on your screen is the Rochambeau area. The density there is 9.6 units per acre. And Beaver Ridge, which is to the north, is 19.8 units per acre. That's the density on that. Ours averages out to 10.7 units per acre. And to further break that down, let's get to the right one. Wrong one. To further break that down, our apartment units are at about 17.2 units per acre, and the townhouse section and condominium section is 9.4 units per acre. Going back to the site plan. Okay. So the project will consist of a total renovation and restoration of the Captain Underhill house, which will be at about at a cost of about $1 million to bring it up to code, and also do fine detail restoration of it to bring it back to its original glory. The residential units will be 52 townhouse units, which are this stretch here along Glenrock Street, with 2 units just kind of over in here, in this area here. And those will be 3 and 4 bedroom units. There'll be 32 condominiums, which will be this building right here. And those will be 1 and 2 bedroom units. And the apartment building, which is the larger structure here to the east, is going to be 64 apartments, and that'll be a blend of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. 118 of the residential units will be senior friendly, and more than 60, more than half will be dedicated to 60 and older. The FAR for the project is 0.5, which is less than the 0.55, which is within the allowed within the overlay district. Zoom in a little bit. Okay. Some of the amenities for the project are open space, pathways. There's going to be a clubhouse on the west side of the condominium building with an exterior pool off to the west. The apartment complex will have its own pool within the courtyard area between the wings of the building there. The parking for the project meets the requirement that for the proposed use. In addition to parking that we are proposing, there are 30 spaces which are along the northernmost edge here, which are dedicated for a senior center that's proposed to be constructed on the Beaver Ridge property. And that's a senior center right there. So that's the senior center is to be constructed by Beaver Ridge. There is a pilot agreement that was worked out that would benefit Beaver Ridge to construct this facility there. And again, we would be providing the necessary parking for it. So there is a marriage between these two properties in the sense that the necessary parking to support the senior center is being provided here. So when I mentioned before about the emergency access and increased or improved emergency access, so we're going to make an interconnection here between the Beaver Ridge property and this site. So again, we'll have a paved
well-established emergency access, which will provide access for both properties as well as mainly for Beaver Ridge. And as you can see, there's plenty of circulation around the property for emergency vehicles or to get in and out and back to Beaver Ridge should they need to get in that way. So as you can see, we've got a roadway system going around the apartment building. There's parking, outdoor parking that's going to be along 118, which is in the same location essentially that the existing parking is. Most of that parking is going to be for the commercial use. There's tenant parking underneath the building. This is the entrance point here for the apartments. Similarly, in the condominium building, there's going to be underground or tenant parking underneath the building also. There's parking being proposed adjacent to the Underhill House, which is to service that building. As you make your way around the site, there's parking here across from and adjacent to the condominium building, which will allow residents on the property to park to get to the pool amenity.
Joe, if I could.
Yeah.
The last time we were here and we kind of went through this, I think a few of our concerns, the biggest being obviously the town did put forth this overlay district, and obviously we're seeing a lot of, applications come in. I read in the news again the other day that the hotel is back that we looked at some time ago. We have the Kmart. There's all these projects coming. And I'm very happy to see Dr. Greeley here because I know he's worked on this in other areas of town where we had such concerns, and there were improvements put in place that alleviated those concerns, and they've worked out very nicely. And I think here what our concern was, and we weren't looking to put everything on the current proposal, but we need to come up with a holistic plan on how to deal with all the traffic that's coming our way. Clearly, this is going to have an impact, right? We all know that. And I don't want to say that anybody's objecting to this, but we have to figure out how to deal with what we see coming our way. If you go to any of these other projects that are on, I look to Somers or Cortland, where you have these big projects put in, there's a lot of traffic infrastructure put in. That, I think, was one of our biggest concerns. And the other was, obviously, we had talked about the old fire entrance, the conditions of the ground there, which was obviously very wet when we went out there.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't think the project has changed from the original proposal, but I'm really curious to see how we move forward with, I think, our biggest concerns, unless I...
So you want to get right to the traffic? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Okay. I understand what you're saying, Rich, about the impacts of this project. But I'm going to go back to what I said, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I think it's premature to talk about the impacts of this project until we're really convinced that this is the kind of project we need to see on this site. Why do I say that? I think this presents a rare opportunity for the town to plan long-term for the growth and development of the parcels that are in the overlay district. And when I look at this particular project, I see a project that's inward-facing, that's all oriented to the site, with very little connection to the surrounding properties and the neighborhood. Specifically, what bothers me is the ring road that you've got going on around the buildings on the east side of the project. Is no different than all the developments that we've had in town over the many years, that you've got road, parking, and then amenities. And if this is going to be a part of a larger development in an overlay district, why can't this project be designed in such a way that it's got some outward connections? Maybe it's got storefronts along 118 that you can walk into and park behind. put the parking in the middle of the site instead of on the street side of the site, you know. Those are some things that I'd like to see. Maybe it's just me. I don't know how the board feels about it. I'm raising this for everyone's benefit as an opportunity which we won't normally get of this scale. And, you know, when I first said to myself, maybe they're doing that because they have to wrap around the Underhill House, you know, the historic building. But then I look at it and I see that that's in the front anyway. And maybe you could slide things around and accomplish, you know, a sidewalk, a streetscape, something in the front there that's not a parking lot, that makes it part of the greater community. And I'm saying maybe 20 years from now, things may develop along those lines as we go forward. But as planning for this event, you know, this parcel goes forward, we should think about that stuff. And the other concern I had, and I guess we'll address that later, I mean, there's a big chunk of this that's in the wetland buffer, according to the map you provided. But the threshold question for me is this the best layout for a significant site in town that has an opportunity to connect with other areas in an overlay district, which hasn't come to fruition yet?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, and I know you've talked about the connectivity with the sidewalk in front and probably meandering something. I just, when I see something come in front of us and this, you know, the development we see in front of us, can it pass the first test, which is always, of course, the traffic. You know, if you can't get past that,
Then you cut the project down.
this is, you know, that's just my, you know.
Okay.
Because that's, again, you know, I've heard and seen, and by the way, I did have some people email me at home. Not that I don't want to read your emails, but if you could, please send them to Robin and John, because if I get them and I don't look at my email for a little bit, they go missing. We wouldn't want that to happen. We've seen a lot in the papers about the project. We've seen a lot about the overlay district and a lot of what comes with that. And I think, as we always do, and I think we've been very consistent, we want to see responsible development, right? So, again, I see our man in the front seat who also is a resident. I just think that how we go about tackling that first hurdle really sets the stage for where we move forward.
Okay. And just to speak to Aaron's point, I mean, the property is, in a way, isolated because there is no, to the north you have Beaver Ridge. To the west you have Glen Rock Street, that's already developed. Across the street is all developed.
Right.
Right? And across the other side of 118 you have the Caramount site and the Town Hall. So there really is no potential to get a linear type of streetscape, if that's what you're trying to say, which connects to the rest of the heights.
Okay.
It's just not, it's not possible. And a lot of what's been planned and developed here is been done around maintaining the original structure, the main structure, the pond, and the park-like setting that's in along Underhill Avenue. So we've worked to try to maintain that as best as possible, create a park for public use in the front, you know, and enhance that whole area, enhance the pond at the tune of about $150,000 when all is said and done. And it's not going to cost the taxpayers anything to do that or maintain it, but they can use it. So we're trying to maintain that park-like quality as well as the historic presence that it has. So, we have worked towards that, and we're working around that. So it's not like we just plopped everything where we thought it was best. And there is some logic to going from Glenrock Street, where you have single families, to townhouse, to the condos, to the apartments, which are closer to the heights.
I get that. Yeah.
So we didn't just plop everything in there. There is some logic to it. Phil will talk about how pedestrian traffic will flow to the Caramount side, Town Hall, and to the main shopping areas. So he'll get into that. But Without further ado, I guess the chairman is telling me, let's get Phil up.
Well,
here.
and I also don't, I also, to Aaron's
Yeah.
point, I don't think anybody's saying you guys just plopped something in there and didn't think it out.
Yeah.
I think what he's asking for, and I think this board always does, is look for,
I-
just
I
like,
understand.
listen, no different than the solar that just came in front of us, right? Is there the possibility of a different, version of it that might?
Okay.
That's what I think he
I
would-
just have to get a couple more points in.
Okay.
All right, that are on my shoulders. I want to talk about, so we about the infrastructure on the site. One thing I want to emphasize, we're going to be doing stormwater management on the site and green infrastructure for all the new impervious areas, which there is none now. So there is going to be some downstream benefit by us doing that. Again, we're going to be implementing green infrastructure and green building practices. We're going to have electric vehicle charging, solar, geothermal, energy generation, electric HVAC heat pumps.
That's good
as well as,
John Flynn.
There's quite a bit of that going on, and it'll come out more once we develop all the engineering.
We start to get into the details, and I got to tell you,
I know.
We did get an email from a former member who sent us a very nice article about the charging stations, how that's popping up all over the place.
All right. So I'm going to let Phil come up then. And,
Joe, we don't want to take away your VIP status, but
I'll let me get you up, Phil.
we share it. See, Robin didn't share when she had her
All right, so you just
her
roll up.
Kashi bar before. See?
Do you want to get it tighter?
Yeah. We can go right past
can
that.
go-
We can go right past that. Good evening. Philip
Good evening.
Greeley, Colliers Engineering and Design, formerly Mazer Consulting. We prepared a detailed traffic study. I know one of the things that the board asked for was the holistic approach. What I'd like to do is, get into some of the details on that, but just to preface it, what went into the study, what we're proposing to do in terms of improvements, and what we're looking to be the catalyst in terms of future improvements. As Joe described, we have the 2 access connections to Underhill, but we have the full access connection through Beaver Ridge. So that's a full traffic access. It will serve emergency vehicles, but full traffic and pedestrian access. And that's important in terms of distribution of traffic and continuity and, kind of what you were talking about, Aaron, in terms of how do you make this all match together. Just to give you a kind of a range of traffic numbers and what we're talking about here. So if you look at the intersection of Underhill Avenue and 118, in the afternoon rush hour, in a 1 hour period, you have about 1,600 vehicles that go through that intersection. That's all turning movements, okay? And that's based on pre-pandemic numbers and taking into account what has transpired, to date. In terms of a multifamily development, in terms of trip generation, and again, we look at hourly times as the critical. So a multifamily development generates somewhere between 0.5 and 0.6 trips per dwelling unit. So order of magnitude, somewhere between 75 and 95 trips that get generated. And we have examples throughout the town that demonstrate that. In terms of the project and where part of what is looked at is where our traffic movement's going to go to and from. So a lot of the traffic will go to and from the Parkway to the west on Underhill. There'll be some traffic through Beaver Ridge out to Allen to Keer. So, for example, if I'm heading over to the Gramercy, I may just go out through Beaver Ridge, go straight across, and go to the Gramercy, or to the car repair, or to the trail, or to Front Street, to the deli, or the car wash. So traffic is going to be distributed. So we're not putting all traffic at one location. And in terms of existing conditions, the problems in the area at this intersection are primarily the afternoon rush hour where traffic backs up on Underhill Avenue. So everybody's getting off the Parkway. whether they're coming to town or they're going to Somers, they come off the easiest way, come right up on the hill, come to the light, make the left turn. Now, years ago, that used to just be a two-phase traffic signal. I remember working with the town probably 20 some odd years ago to get the advanced left turn phase so that traffic turning left would be given in advance so that traffic coming from the town hall here wouldn't impede it. And that improved the capacity significantly. So in terms of this project, what we're proposing to do, and then we'll jump into the holistic future, taking into everything into account. So in our study, we looked at what's been approved, typical growth, and traffic from this project. Then separately, we looked at, okay, when Kmart eventually gets redeveloped, if it comes in with its 150 units or whatever it may be, when the Giuseppe space gets reoccupied, when Roma comes back around again, what will be needed, and other things that would be in the overlay district. So we broke it into pieces, and purposely because the best way to get to the end is do things in pieces. You can have a master plan, but the fastest way to get to a master plan is build the first phase, and then you get the next phase. So in terms of, get into some of the drawings here. All right, Joe, you got to help me here. I need an assist. It's not reacting. Just bring it down to the next. We're going to jump right through to the details here. Next time we'll come with a ordered PowerPoint where it's a click. We'll work together on that. I promise.
That, Joe?
Yeah, you can skip past that. Keep going. Keep going. So, go back one, please. So, in terms of what we're proposing to do here, we're going to make some, in addition to the connection to Beaver Ridge, we're going to be making some interim pedestrian improvements, what we call our rectangular rapid flashing beacon for crossing for traffic, pedestrian traffic across Underhill Avenue. That's a standard treatment that would also allow anyone from the Rochambeau area that would want to come across to this project or even to get all the way over to Kear Street would have another way to cross at that point. This is a typical type of control that New York State DOT has implemented. You'll see it mostly in down county areas, a lot up in Poughkeepsie area near Vassar College, where there's a lot of pedestrian activity and similar volumes in terms of traffic volumes. So that would be to help allow pedestrians to move. In addition, the traffic signal at this intersection would be upgraded with video detection to be more responsive to what the actual loads are. Right now, signals can react on an hourly basis. There's a certain timing pattern, and it'll max out. So what we're getting to is more adaptive type of traffic signals. So the first thing we would do with the signal would be to get video detection and adjust the timings so that when you get that surge of traffic coming up Underhill, that it would be more responsive and you're getting more capacity out of what you have already today. So that would be done by the applicant, all upfront improvements that would be taken care of. In addition, there would be other signing and pedestrian-related improvements. And one of the other things on Underhill Avenue is speeds, especially as you go a little bit further to the south. But when there's lower traffic conditions, when there's more traffic, speed comes down. When there's lower traffic conditions, we have some speeding that goes on that roadway. So we would work with the highway and police department to do additional signing and traffic calming to bring some of those speeds down and make it a little bit safer here. The next component would be the contribution from this development towards getting improvements done at the intersection in terms of land dedication. So any widening that would have to be done on Underhill Avenue would probably have to be done along the site frontage some repair and rebuilding of the retaining wall. Also, as you were asking before, around 118, we have a stone wall along that entire stretch. So elevation-wise, what Joe was talking about comes into play there. In terms of pedestrian improvements, and again, this goes into the picture of what if everything happens, what do we need to do here? So the applicant is also proposing to provide funding, and we can get into particular numbers, but somewhere in the order of $450,000 towards improving the intersection. And we looked at two alternatives of improving the intersection. One is to just develop a separate left turn lane on the Underhill Avenue approaches. Right now, in the morning especially, southbound, turning off of 118 onto Underhill, people use the shoulder. It's not really a lane. They use the shoulder. That would be put under a signal control, okay? And again, this is the master plan, which we've taken into account all the other development. In terms of this project, if you do it in a percentage, we're 3 to 4% of what the volume's there today.
You did something similar at the other end.
At the other end of town, yes. So this plan has separate left turn lanes on Underhill, pedestrian crossings on every corner. In order to get this done, there would be land from the applicant, so it's not only money, but land. That would fully alleviate the left turning issue. We offset ours onto the other plan I showed you. This fully addresses additional traffic. We went one step further to say, well, what if everything comes to the table and it generates more traffic? We went to another plan which would have separate turn lanes on Route 118 also. Now, in order to do that, you need some land from the town hall because the widening would have to be on this side. There would also be some land in front of the Caremount building, which my applicant happens to control. So we now are putting together the pieces of what's needed to handle traffic and pedestrian, not only for this project, but what you asked for, planning for the future. So the benefit here is we provide the improvements to offset our traffic up front. We're providing monies towards a major improvement here. Now, to give you an order of magnitude, this plan is probably $1.5 million. The plan with just left turn lanes on Underhill, we had estimated $750,000. So with the applicant providing funding and design plans, you're now in a position where either other applicants come in, and there are funding mechanisms coming down from the state. In some other towns, we've already had it even before any of this federal money comes through, where if you have a set of plans ready to be constructed, approved, permitted by DOT, there's ways to get money. So our approach here is to give you the design, and you'll digest this, but this is the future plan that covers all the traffic that's on the table under the overlay district, accommodates all the pedestrians, movements, whether you're going to Caremount, to Town Hall, the trail. We still have that ability in the early phases for us because of the connections through Keir out to Allen and to Keir Street. But this addresses the big picture.
I think that's exactly what we're looking for. And let me ask you a question, because we talked about it at the last intersection. Especially now that you got the town hall there, where obviously we're able to, do something with the property. In your opinion, is this an area where possibly a roundabout could be put in, or is it?
Well, we had looked at a roundabout here. The grades create some problems, but that's another alternative from a a cost standpoint, it's probably very similar to the cost of this plan right here.
Right.
It's a little trickier in terms of how you handle your pedestrians, but could it be done engineering-wise? Yes, it could be done.
Do you think something like that, in your opinion, where the camera system is, is a great idea, but when you have one area built up more than others, is that something that would speed it through quicker?
So if if you look at a network of signals, so we have this, we have Kear Street, we have the main intersection. When they work together, it's more efficient. But this intersection really operates as an isolated intersection. So it's not being impacted by what's really happening at another location. So you can get the efficiency without having to really worry about the connectivity, which, like on Route 6 is a different story in Cortland, where you have more closely spaced and it's really tied to the through traffic on the corridor. So this is a little different, this particular location in terms of how it can be handled. But could a roundabout be done? The answer is yes. Okay. It's just very tricky because you're fighting grades. You then start impacting more of the stone wall and the historic issues.
Yeah,
but
I don't think anybody's interested.
So it could be done, but I don't see it the best way to go here.
You think this is, in your professional opinion, this is a better route?
This plan is more what people are used to. If it was just virgin property and not the historic walls, I mean, you can rebuild the historic walls, and even under this plan, along Underhill Avenue, there would probably have to be some rebuilding, because we're fixed with the road on this side. We have a little bit of play, and going to the south, widening to the south on Underhill is more complicated than you redoing all the sidewalks, the utility poles. So I think the wall along Underhill could be reconstructed and graded out. But the roundabout would require more of a flat area to really
it sounds
function.
like this would be the way.
This would be the way to go.
All right.
So just a quick question. I think the project has benefits to the business community in town far beyond what people are even imagining. So that being said, just to the point where they'd like to see it more connected, I think that would be fantastic. But either way, I think the benefits to the business community at large would be impressive. But as far as the traffic and the $450,000 that you guys are saying that you want to put toward it, you also mentioned that there was going to be some land dedication. So just to clarify, it would be $450 like cash plus the land dedication, or is the land dedication part of the $450?
The land dedication along Underhill Avenue would be totally separate. The money would be towards the intersection. Anything along 118 may be a little bit more complicated because of ownership issues and control, but anything on Underhill would be a given, that the dedication would be given to the town, and then the 450 would be on top of that, a portion of which would be used towards the detailed design, because the design is got to be brought conceptually. We've looked at this. We're working without a full survey of every exact property boundary, but the key here is to get the design advanced. Some of that 450 could be used for that. In other towns, we work together with the town engineer and the town planning to get it through and to work it through the process with DOT, which can be very onerous, but the answer is yes.
So and the estimate would be for the first plan you said was about $750.
Correct.
And that would
that's going up every day, just to be
I
honest.
understand.
With the cost, we just went through a project that was 15% higher from 6 months ago. But
I understand that. Hopefully it'll go down.
It'll stabilize.
Maybe
it
never.
It'll come back.
But on that 750 estimate, the 750 includes the design, or is it 750 plus design?
There's 750 plus design.
Okay.
And Councilman,
and the other, just one other thing. So to get to the second plan, when we would do the design, the signal poles and all the structures would be placed. So let's say the town only certain amount of development came through. You got money from whether the state or from another project, and the 750 was the plan to serve as the next phase, let's say. We would design it to make sure that you're not going to come back and have to move a signal pole. That it's in place. Everything that we build can be used to get to the second plan. So if you look at it simplistically, you're taking care of the Underhill Avenue approaches. You're taking care of the pedestrian crossings, but then any future widening on 118 to get turn lanes along Town Hall here or on the other side. Yeah, you may have to replace some portions of sidewalk, but you're not replacing everything.
Right. You're teeing it up for everything that, you guys have set up to come. Right? We have all this work coming in, and this isn't the first time the doctor's done this. They did it at the other intersection in front of BJ's, where now we got the pinch of CVS coming in and some other issues they're dealing with there. But they set it up so that when the next applicant comes in, they do the work. Or, in this case, if we could, and I know the state doesn't want to pay for anything these days, but they will expedite reviews.
But there may be opportunities if you have a set of plans that are approved, and this goes more into the political game here, to get the monies. If you have an approved set of plans, it's a lot easier to get money than if you don't. And if you have the land ownership to get the land, because, for example, in the middle of town here, at the Triangle intersection, when Roma was in, there was a plan developed. But the problem with that plan, in order to get it done, Roma had to continue. Now, with the Wyant development, there was land dedication. In fact, we pretty much just completed that process with the state now after two and a half years. So the dedication along the frontage of the Wyant is in place. If and when Roma comes back, it's known what's needed to get that done. And, going back to that intersection almost 20 years ago, when the town got the right turn lane built in front of the old Cablevision building, that came about because the landowner was willing to give up some land to the town. The town took the initiative to do the design, got the permits from the state. Now, back then, all that we got from the state were, I think, the poles. They threw in the poles and maybe some of the wiring in the heads. But it was because it was a set of plans. They weren't going to do anything there. So that intersection kind of has been master planned. But time to get it done is when you have an applicant that can, provide the land or work with the town to get the land squared away, but have a set of design plans. And that's really what this could be, the catalyst to get this done. And if some of the development in the future never happens, and it operates better then.
But I think if you plan it out and they know, it's like the form-based zoning. If you know what you're getting involved with and it's set up for that, I think you're going to invite your businesses, because they know what they're dealing with. And I don't know if John's going to have to look at, and Robin, and the devil in the details here. And I'm sure there's probably smoke coming out of his ears now, but
You don't see it?
Huh?
You don't see it?
No, there's a lot to look at, but I think this is exactly what we talked about at the last meeting. And I think this, as we start to move forward with these other developments, and I think the town's got to be in partnership. Maybe capital, maybe we go out and seek some of this funding. The political word, though, I didn't understand that one. But it's very important, you guys reach out to, anybody you can to try to get that moving. But thank you. I think you're going to need to sit down with the team to really work through it. But
Well, I was just going to suggest a couple of things. You went through several phases and ways of, some of the mitigation measures for traffic.
Mhm.
Could you commit that to kind of a one-page, just brief summary?
Yes.
So it's on paper, everyone can see it at the same time, understand it, everybody knows exactly what you're talking about?
Yes.
Can we also work with you to I of course appreciate the report, but I would think that if we can simplify diagrammatically some of the traffic numbers more in total, like what's coming out of the site in the morning, what's coming into the site, what's hitting the intersection.
So, yeah,
and do it in a graphic form, just to make it easier for everybody to look at it visually and digest that immediately, I think is very helpful rather than having to go through, which we'll go through the charts and everything, but on a different
So
level.
in terms of the diagrams in the report, they're already there.
Yeah.
And it shows existing, it shows what the project is generating, what turning movements it's being added to. So that is there. We can extract that into a summary little packet, I think is what you're saying, John, so that it's very simple for somebody to digest.
Yeah, so in other words, what doesn't jump out at me is the total number of stuff that's moving in and out. I think that's an important number. I know it's in there.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of, people are making lefts, some are making going through, some are making rights. So just an easier, more simplified,
Absolutely.
couple of diagrams.
10 pages of paper instead of
Right.
what DOT requires, which
even
is
if
250.
even if it takes that much. So on those two items, I think it would help get people's focus on what the implications are and where the mitigation needs to go.
Fine.
Well, I had just one question. I want to make sure what I heard was correct. Did you say on southbound 118 there'd be a right-hand signalized lane?
Yeah, so under either the full build-out plan or the 750 plan, I'll call it, that would include putting the right turn lane as a full-depth lane as opposed to a shoulder that people use today.
They don't stop at the red.
Right.
They just fly through.
So that in order to have this plan or the plan before this, which is the big contribution that our monies would go towards, you would have all pedestrians on all approaches. That would be under a signal control. It would have an overlap, so there would be a right turn arrow, but it would be a full controlled lane.
Okay. Because I know there's a little road there, Cardinal Court, that doesn't, probably doesn't have a lot of traffic.
It does not. Right.
But for the folks making left turns out of there, that can be a real danger.
Yes.
So that right turn signalized lane off of 118 would be helpful for a lot of reasons.
How far off is it? Could you stop the traffic ahead of that?
No,
for a moment?
it's
Can't do it?
too far away, and I don't know for a fact, but I believe New York State DOT looked at this a while back because they have data both on Cardinal Court as well as on Rochambeau, so they must have looked at it at one point. If it was closer, then you could maybe stop the traffic back further, but it's right
Can't
there.
do it.
So.
Okay.
It's so
And it's a very low volume road, but it's there.
Yeah, it's the folks coming off of 118 making a right on red and not stopping, just hitting the shoulder and coming right up the side,
true.
which is
Yeah.
Didn't we receive I don't know where the letter came from. Was it to the planning board or was it to the, maybe I got it as a town board letter about somebody that lives there.
We
and-
got one.
Yeah.
That was the same
I
letter.
mean, there's maybe 4 or 5 houses I think on that road.
I mean, the one thing that may help a little bit would be to, similar to what we showed on the first plan, to do some striping like is done, in some other areas in the town near CVS, to have some courtesy for people.
Okay.
But other than that, the proximity is good, but it's not close enough that it can be under the signal control.
Do you put a box out there?
Yeah, you could stripe it out, box, just like at CVS or near the
stripe-
pizza.
This may be more a police question, but if you stripe the shoulder, people aren't supposed to drive on it, right?
Correct.
So like 202.
People are
turn
not
right
supposed to
onto-
drive on a shoulder regardless, okay? That's...
They were doing enforcement for that for a while, too.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right?
Appreciate it.
And we'll
Thank
get
you.
you the summary. That's
Absolutely.
Can you give us a few more minutes? We have someone here to discuss the historic aspects of the project, and we also have our environmental consultant.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Beth Seelig from Hudson Cultural Services is going to come up and give her presentation. I'll get that up for you.
Okay. Just for the record, it's Hudson Cultural Services, but previously known as Hudson Valley Cultural Resource Consultants. So if you see that on documents, we're the same people. We're just decided this was the year to rebrand ourselves.
Okay.
Because that's always so much fun from a business perspective. Let me just see if I can put this up on slideshow. Cool. So I just want to take a few minutes, I know it's late and everyone's been here a while, and go through some of the work we've computer. Go through some of the work we've done in terms of investigating the historic history of the property and the cultural resources. This is done for both the seeker process and as part of the Chapter 1409 of the State State Historic Preservation Law. So because there's state permits required for this project, there does need to be investigations in consultation with SHPO. So in January of 2021, we completed an archaeological survey of the project that looked at the entire parcel that's going to be impacted. The results of that project indicated that there were no archaeological deposits. And I will interject here to clarify that when we're talking about cultural resources, there's two components. There's archaeological, which is below grade, and then there's historic and architectural, which are above grade. So in terms of archaeological, there were no archaeological deposits below grade. We submitted that information to the State Historic Preservation Office, and that finding was agreed upon by Phil Perazio. On May of 21, Derek, who is the reviewer of the architectural piece of the project, came back with a letter indicating that the Underhill Estate, also known as Flora Villa, is eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. And he asked, given the scope of the project and what was planned as part of the project, that we look at alternatives. Currently, the project involves retaining the historic mansion, but the small red barns and some of the older outbuildings that were associated with the Beaver Dam Conference Center are proposed to be removed. And so he asked that we explore options for possibly retaining them, looking at a project redesign, and looking at other alternatives. We submitted that report to them in July of 21. In August, Derek came back, asked for additional information and additional documentation on points that were made in that report. That was submitted in October, and at the end of the month, SHPO came back and agreed that based on the information submitted, that there were no practical and prudent alternatives for the development, for the removal of those outbuildings that are proposed as part of this development project. As part of the process with New York State law, this led to the development of a letter of resolution. And in the letter of resolution, we outline mitigation, specific mitigation plans that will offset the impact of removing all the barns and outbuildings from the property as part of the project. November of 21, we submitted a draft letter of resolution to the SHPO. The SHPO sent back comments on that. After having a conversation with the SHPO, we determined the results of that conversation in December brought about changes to the LOR, and that LOR has been submitted in a revised form to the SHPO. In March of this year, Nancy Herter, who is the director of the SHPO, indicated that the LOR would be executed once the seeker process, I apologize, there's a typo on the slide, once the seeker process is complete, because she feels that public comments need to be considered as part of the LOR under seeker. The Underhill Farm is an early 19th century mansion. The original portion of the mansion exists. The original federal style exists, plus the later additions, which were completed in 1880. And currently, the historic listing for the property consists of the mansion, the 7 ancillary buildings that are on site currently, and of course, the park-like setting. As part of the project, the mansion is going to be rehabilitated. It's my understanding that the town will have some say in that work as it goes forward. The exterior of the mansion will, of course, be retained. The historic features of the interior are also planned to be retained. It's a beautiful interior. On the one side of the mansion still has the original staircase, original woodwork. It's beautiful, and that's going to be retained. And all of the efforts, and I think Joe mentioned it was a little over $1 million, all the efforts to rehabilitate the mansion are a principal component of the project. The ancillary buildings are proposed to be removed. I have a letter where the building inspector has stated that some of these buildings must come down. There was one I absolutely refused to go into because it's just caving in. It's an absolute mess.
Which one is that?
It's on the western side, northwestern side. I believe it was Building J. The white building behind the red one on that side of the property.
It was used as the music building.
They're not salvageable in their current form without significant financial investment, and if you were to salvage them and reuse them as barns, there's not a identified purpose at this time within the goals and within the standards of this project. In addition to that, substantial rehabilitation is going to cause a loss of their historic integrity. Thinking of the chapel building and then the carriage barn right next to it, fixing those up so that they're weather tight, so that they would have heat and other HVAC components.
Are they not weather tight?
Some of them are not, no.
It's the chapel?
It didn't seem like it when I was there in the winter.
Meaning
Drafty,
or?
It was very drafty, evidence of water coming in, especially in the basement. I'm not a structural engineer, so I can't comment about that, but definitely the carriage house, there was...
Does that render it completely unusable in any way?
No, it's just if you're going to adaptively reuse it as something...
Depending on what you're adaptively reusing it for.
Right, if you wanted to turn it into, a community building, a residential structure, something to that effect, you would need to do substantial rehabilitation to it.
Depending on the proposed use.
Right.
I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Could you move it?
You could. And you would have to have a structural engineer take a look at that just because of their age and the way they were constructed as barns. They were constructed as outbuildings. They weren't meant to have the same type of longevity that we expect of residential structures. So before you would move it, you'd want to have a structural engineer examine whether or not the moving of the building is going to damage it. Is it stable?
Yeah, the town has been criticized in the past for some of the historic structures that have come down or been let sit, and there was a proposal maybe, and then when they went to build it out, it was past the point of...
Sure.
I do know other municipalities like North Castle, they'll have more of a historic site, and they'll take, they'll offer these buildings up to the town, and the town has the responsibility then of, taking them, moving them, and, maintaining them. I know, like, John and Robin did the railroad, right? The building there, which was restored. Maybe that's a nice area, possibly, for something like that for the town to take in and move on their own.
And I'll have another slide on it, but one of the mitigation strategies that we discussed with the SHPO and was put into the LOR was to offer up those buildings to an entity who'd like to take them.
Can I ask you another question? When you say the underground study, how often do you dig? Is it,
Oh, the archaeological study?
Yes.
The archaeological study, we establish a 50-foot grid across the property, and we are hand digging and then screening the materials out of a test pit every 50 feet in a grid pattern across the property.
So you go across the whole property?
Whole property. And I think we did close to 300 holes on this particular property.
So you checked everything?
Yep.
Did you get a wetland permit? No? I see.
We do it by hand, and the caveat is if it's completely saturated, which that one side of the property was, we obviously can't dig it because there's too much wood. It's like digging in a lake, in a pond. So we did do the archaeological
But
study.
it yielded nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
Is that in your forthcoming report?
It is in the report that we have sent to SHPO, yes.
And if SHPO was to decide the ancillary buildings are not worthy of preservation, is that finding binding on the town?
I don't believe so, because the state will be commenting under 1409, not under seeker.
So the town could decide on their own that they're worthy of preservation, even if SHPO does not?
Right.
And if I could ask you another question.
Sure.
So this is obviously your field of expertise. The building that the owner is talking about restoring and, you know, maintaining it, the historic integrity of it. In your opinion, in the buildings you've seen, is this something that's, I would say, in the order of magnificent or, you know, obviously,
Well, historic properties, bear in mind they come in different shapes and
Right.
sizes. But if you had to pick, where you were going to put your energy and effort,
Yeah.
absolutely save the mansion.
so you think the work they're proposing has got a large value to the area?
It does.
Okay.
It does. I mean, you drive under Hill Avenue and
Yep.
you see the mansion, you see the pond,
Right.
you don't really get a visual on the barns until you're into that property, because it is a very sort of inclusive design, of the estate. You have the stone walls. There's a lot of those immediate visual elements that are going to be retained. So you're still going to have that.
And the work they're talking about doing with the pond and that whole area, that would be in
Absolutely.
keeping with, so you think as a historical, forget the project, but as a historical preservation project, this is a well-done or well-proposed project?
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of, he's putting a lot of great work into that mansion. Some of the older pieces of the mansion have, just through the years of, being the conference center and being the school and being various different things, have been sort of repurposed on the interior, so they're just kind of a muddle. And he's looking to kind of create a cohesive interior, keep the historic part, but just sort of improve that so that you have a sort of a better, especially traffic flow through the building, but also just it's.
So if you had to envision down the road, that building gets restored, brought back, the walls get fixed up, the pond and that whole area gets redone, you think in your head it would be like going back in time?
You'll always see the modern. You'll always see
Right, but the
modernization,
visual
but
of
yes,
that
you'll
part
still
of it.
have that visual because the plan is to retain that setting.
Right.
So the trees obviously will fall under the town ordinance to
Yeah.
retain the trees. So the trees are going to stay. The stone walls are going to stay. The paths that are there will stay. New paths are going to be done in that curvilinear pattern so as to reflect what has been there historically.
Right.
So you're bringing a lot of that in. At the same time, you're removing some of the other later additions that came to the property as part of the Beaver Conference Center and as part of Soundview. So you do have sort of that picture in time, if you will, in that very forward part of the project.
And I think that's what Mr. Rena was alluding to before, where rather than maybe do some, storefronts or some kind of business along the front, they put their focus on really going and fixing that area up so that it looked like a piece of time. And, you could see progress with preservation. So I think the town has been criticized, especially with this project as it's come forward, that that's not the case here. And it sounds like from what you're describing and what we've heard from some of the other details of that is the case here.
So the historic preservation has never meant to be enclosing something in a glass case or
Right.
preserving it in amber. It's meant to be fluid. And when the first historic preservation guidance was written in the 1830s, it was written then to be financially practical. There has to be a prudent and practical application of it. So investing money into saving buildings that are just going to sit there and not be used is not anybody's idea of something that's practical or prudent. So putting money into the mansion to restore it, putting it into the park-like setting, and making that setting available to the community, I think is a great way to preserve this property.
Have you seen anything like this done in the Westchester County area?
I haven't seen it quite on this scale. I've been working with folks in the village of Terrytown who are doing adaptive reuse of a 1915 YMCA building. I'm working with a fellow in Austining who's restoring a former private estate that's since been an office building. So there are projects happening, but the focus is to make them a viable part of the community, not just sitting there.
This is significant because it's going to allow the public to use it.
Mhm.
And it's also, it sounds like a very,
Yeah, I think a lot of thought's been put into it. A lot of thought is how we're going to save the buildings, how we're going to save, the park-like setting of the pond. I know
Yeah.
Paul's talked about putting a lot of money into that.
Yeah.
And, we are going to offer the buildings to anybody who wants, if they want to take them, if they want to be relocated. Another critical piece of the mitigation strategy, I think I have it on a slide.
Should we refer this out? Have we referred this out anywhere yet from us?
No.
There was the project when Best Buy went in, there was an old historic home there.
Yeah.
I don't know, was that your? Which one? The Best Buy. Where the doctor did all the traffic.
Best Buy?
DeLuca, right? No, DeLuca.
Best Plumbing.
Best Plumbing.
We don't have a Best Buy.
Oh, God, we used to.
There was a
No, it was
historic
Greenberg.
building there, yes, an old building, I
Right,
should say.
and we were really, I mean, we got hammered because of that.
No, I mean, if you want, we should refer that.
I agree.
Historic preservation could weigh in on some of this
Yeah,
stuff. you
I
know.
think that's smart, especially with everything you're telling us. And because you got the railroad park and everything they've done there,
Mhm.
which you should really go take a look at it, it's lovely. Maybe there's something that could be done there. But it sounds like we appreciate all the time you're putting into, restoring that building. Because that is, I mean, when you look at the project and what I've seen, at least in the paper, of some of the articles that were written, I don't know if Susan wrote any of them, but it's the historic preservation, traffic, the intensity of the development, and I think when we get into the details on some of these things that you're pointing out really could help the project.
I mean,
So I think that's important moving forward.
The consultation with the SHPO at least is still ongoing, and the mitigation strategies that went into that LOR that we talked with John about, the town is going to have a say in the exterior part of the renovations. Obviously, there's a town ordinance and the tree plan. There will be opportunities for the town to speak on just that piece outside of what you would be doing anyway.
Right.
Other things that Paul and his team have committed to is to do a historic display on the property that outlines the history. There's various graphics. You see them at state parks. That would be in a publicly accessible place so folks visiting the property would freely understand what they're looking at. And then as required by state law, there's a comprehensive documentary packet that gets done before anything changes, before anything comes down, so that there will be information about any buildings that get removed in the local history records as well as in the state archives. So there is a lot of work that hasn't happened yet, but that is part of the plan and part of the ongoing consultation with the state.
I think this would be a great presentation to do in front of the board. In fact, there was an attorney in the back. He left. He did a presentation on repurposing buildings and reusing them. So I think this is good information. Thank you.
Any other questions at the moment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking time.
I don't know where there's another plug.
Hey, real quick, Steve.
Yeah, we can switch
Try to be real quick, you know how I ramble on.
You know, the one thing that we did take away from that was when they were digging, it was like a on there.
Good, you got it.
All right.
Good evening, Steve Marino, Principal, Tim Miller Associates. I almost did it again. Joe's just gonna set me up.
I need my cord.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Joe.
That's how long the meeting's gone.
As we mentioned at the last meeting, there are a couple of wetland areas on the property, and we're also looking into, we've completed a tree survey, and that information is now being tabulated and will be presented to the board shortly. I'll go through, I know the chairman is well aware that I like to go through the historic areas to really get a feel for the,
big help.
for the property as it was and how it's developed, and so we can see what's old and what's not in terms of the environment on the property rather than the other cultural resources. So let me just open this one up. This is the 1947 aerial photo. You can see the that entire western part of the property was cleared for likely pasture at that time. The pond did exist as early as 1947. It's obviously an old photo. It's a little blurry, but the mansion is here. Some of the outbuildings are back here in the back. This is what became the Beaver Ridge property back here. And then this is, like I say, this is Glen Rock right here. And so that's the old field, which is now a wooded field.
Where's the pond?
The pond is right there.
So is
in the
that-
old photos, it looks like trees. It looks like like woods.
Is it
for
not?
some reason?
Is it
It's
not?
not. That's open water. It happens sometimes in the old aerial photos. Open water looks like trees. I've seen it on a number of sites. I don't know why that resolution comes out like that, but it does.
Or it's a swamp area with trees.
Could be, John, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Like I say, in my experience, I've seen a number of ponds that show up for
that
some
was a
reason
whole
as,
field.
as woods.
All right.
All right, so that was 1947. Here's 1960. Again, that field on the along Glen Rock is still open pasture, no trees. There you can clearly see the pond. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me go back to the other one second because it's kind of important. Nope, that's not it. Okay. In 1947, what I want to point out is that you don't see any wetlands on this. Right about here, that's one of the existing outbuildings. Right around in here is where we have those two small pockets of wetlands. And down here, if you see this dark streak coming down through that area of that open area, that's the water course that enters from the corner, almost to the corner of Underhill and Glen Rock. So right there is that old water channel as it leads down and then deposits into the pond.
And what was the source of that? Do you have any idea?
It's runoff of that hill. It's likely because the grade rises there for a while, and you probably get groundwater, and there's a seepage point coming under what was probably an old farm road along there, and there was a culvert, and that's just where the water enters the site. Up in here, where we had talked last time about drainage on Glen Rock, and does it enter the site, and is it a water course? Again, you don't see any channeling through here. You don't see anywhere where water's flowing through there. But you clearly see it in this photo right down through there, and then it gets into the pond, or former swamp, depending on how you interpret the photo. Right, so 1960, the pond is more clear in this one. Again, open pasture, and if you look at the photo really close on the resolution, you can't see it, but there is still that channel that kind of runs through this area here into the pond.
What's just above it? Is there something just above where that tree line is right there?
Right there?
Yeah. But that seems to be what's shown currently.
It could
Could be.
it just shows as another dark spot. Evergreens will tend to show up like that on aerials.
All right.
At this resolution, I can't really tell. 1990 is the next big change. And you can see now, here's Beaver Ridge. Beaver Ridge has been built. Let's scroll back out. And that emergency fire road that we've talked about is coming through here. And you can see where it enters into the Beaver Ridge property. And actually, if you look at it, that dark spot that we were just talking about is right here.
Yeah.
It's on the east side of that fire road, where the wetland that we've identified is actually on the west side. So I think that there is a line of evergreens, of hemlocks in through here, and that could potentially be what that is. And, in this photo, now the vegetation is starting to grow. Again, it's been 30 years since that last photo. Some trees are starting to come in along the edge of the property, and there on the southern part of the property, it's starting to, vegetation is growing back. The site's succeeding to woodlands. Now in color, you can see again, you get scrubby growth in through this area of the old fields, trees along the perimeter. You can see the fire road. There are those evergreens. Now you can see that that's a line of evergreens. Fire road that goes to Beaver Ridge. And you start to see the beginnings of some dark spots here on the west side, which are likely those two small areas of wetlands that we identified. You can't really see the stream in this photo. There was historically a culvert underneath the fire road, which has now gotten clogged, so it doesn't function anymore. And that's why when you were out there, you saw how wet that section of the road is, because all that runoff that's coming down from Glen Rock is now going across the road rather than under it, because the culvert has been clogged.
So what are the size of those culverts?
I think it's like a 15 or an 18-inch
They're
culvert.
completely buried.
buried, yeah.
So if those
You can
were-
see it on the, when you're on the east side, you can see the outlet for it, but on the west side, it's buried.
What's the plan
There's
for
a
that
lot of,
drainage?
there's a lot of erosion that stream coming down from Glen Rock, over the years has caused a lot of erosion. You can actually see it's a very cut, deep channel in some areas, and a lot of that material has gotten down right up to that culvert and stopped there.
So for property maintenance purposes, if those culverts were cleaned out, do you think this area dries up?
A lot of it dries out, and you're just left with a more well-defined channel rather than
Because it's
it
like
spreading out
Route
like
6
it
when
does.
they put the road in. There's wetlands throughout the area that used to be swales or basins on the side that now have just been, because the state didn't do anything, just
The new one on
Yeah,
the-
I mean, go. there's no curbing along Glen Rock Street, which is one of the improvements that we would propose. So water running across Glen Rock Street just sheds right onto this property. Plus these culverts that come across are just open. There's erosion. It's never been maintained. It's never been looked after. You've got a lot of all that water coming off that west side. All those homes on the west side of Glen Rock Street. That's all going into those culverts and point discharging onto this site. So if someone went out and did maintenance, now that there's a new property owner, and cleaned that up, would this area change? Because when we went out there last, we've all talked about it, it was very wet. Does that change the characteristics of what's out there? I think if it was directed, if it was controlled at its outlet, cleaned and controlled at its outlet, yes, I do. But, and I'll have Steve correct me, but my observation is those little wetland areas, from what I believe, is that to construct that emergency road, those areas were excavated to use that material to construct that, because it looks too unnatural to me.
Yeah. It's really two different things
Yeah.
going on. There's the stream that comes down from Glen Rock, where the culvert has now been clogged, and so the water comes across the road, back into another channel, which eventually gets to the lake. So that's the one. Those
hear
two
you.
small pockets are created, as Joe mentioned, when they built the fire road. You can actually, when you're out on the site, you can see the piles of fill that are left out there.
Yeah.
And it actually blocked the water from coming across. There was no evidence that I saw that there were culverts in those locations that used to relieve that water. I think when they built that road, they just left the piles of dirt there, and now water's standing behind them. And over the 30 years or so, it's become wetland as defined by the town of Yorktown.
Is there a permit to maintain a culvert on your property?
No, I don't think so.
So what I'm saying is,
Usually see that, yeah.
if someone went out there and did some investigation and cleaned that culvert, and all of a sudden some of this problem or the wet area disappears,
That would likely relieve anything on the west side of the road as it relates to that stream coming down. Those two small pockets, they're about 2,000 square feet each. They're very small.
So sometimes
But
lack
they-
of maintenance will create a wet area.
Over the years, we've done a lot of projects where we draw up mitigation plans for creation of new wetlands or expansion of wetlands. And we've heard at many public hearings, oh, that doesn't work, you can't create wetlands. If you have any town that has a highway department that doesn't quite maintain their culverts, you get wetlands. It just happens that way. Not in Yorktown. I've never seen that in Yorktown in all my years working
Oh,
here.
never.
But in other towns, if those culverts are either undersized or at the wrong elevation or get clogged and aren't maintained,
You're not talking about Greenberg, are you?
I'd rather,
All I'm
I'd
saying
rather not
is, if someone went
mention
out there
names.
and took a look at that, that might be something that.
But-
Yeah.
but-
Steve?
Yes.
Pond increased in size
Okay.
over time.
It doesn't look like it
Thank
has
you
very
very much.
much.
I appreciate
I'll go,
that.
This is 1990, and I'll go to the current 2021 aerial.
I have a question for Steve.
Uh-oh.
No,
It hasn't
doesn't.
really changed.
No.
No.
So
It's
it
about,
looks like
it's a little over half an acre in size. It's about 26,000 square feet, the
So
pond
for the
itself.
last 30 years, it's roughly the same
Yeah.
size.
The outlets to the pond are unrestricted, and water's getting into the pond and out of the pond without any problem. So the pond isn't backing up or getting larger.
Did you say that if a culvert backs up and then an area upstream from it floods, that creates a wetland
It can certainly create a wetland, yeah, because wetlands are created when there's hydrology sufficient to create them. If you're backing up water, beavers do it all the time. Beavers create wetlands all the time. They take a stream,
Okay.
they dam it, back up. Right up my sleeve. Everything backs up behind it, and now you have a wetland rather than, or shallow open water rather than a stream course.
How long does it
So,
take
yeah.
a wetland to establish itself as a wetland as we define it?
As you define it, it could take 20 years, 20, 30 years. In the more broader definition that the Army Corps or the state uses, it would take longer because soils have to develop and organics
Well,
have
that's
to
what I was
accumulate.
wondering, you know, because you've got several indications of wetlands, and here all you do is you have one. If it's just water.
It's the
back there.
hydrology, it's the water that's sitting there, yeah. But by Yorktown
But
standards,
you don't have
that's-
soils, you don't have vegetation.
We have, the soils are beginning to develop. You start to see some of the characteristics in the soils.
Uh-huh.
Vegetation is very sparse in terms of wetland vegetation.
And
It's
what's
just
here?
Weedy stuff that's growing out there, yeah. In those two basins, it's just very weedy stuff. There's no significant wetland vegetation growing there. That's why when you brought up the issue before about the buffer,
Right.
that a lot of things are within 100, it's a 100-foot buffer to a
protect
2,000
what?
square foot hole in the, yeah, that's.
All right.
So that's why, you know, so this is 2000, this is 2021. There's Beaver Ridge. Now, you know, that property, the western edge of the property along Glen Rock has now become a wooded area. And that, you know, the tree survey shows that, and I'll get into that in a minute.
Steve, I'm sorry, that 2,000 square foot wetlands area, is that the only wetland in that area that's establishing that 100
There's
foot
two.
buffer?
There's two 2,000 square foot wetlands, yeah,
And
two
that's
big
what
holes.
is establishing that buffer area?
Yes, that's establishing the buffer area. And the stream coming down has a buffer too. So there is some overlap. Okay, so I won't show you the DEC and the National Wetland Inventory maps. Those are the wetlands maps that are put out by the state and the federal government. There's no DEC wetland on the property, and the NWI National Wetland Inventory maps only shows the pond as being a wetland. And hydric soils, there are no hydric soils. I got that from NRCS, Natural Resources Conservation Service. They put out the formal soils maps for Westchester County and the rest of the country, and it doesn't show any hydric soils on the property either. So let me get back, let me just kind of move things along now, get to our mitigation concept. Oop. That's not what I wanted to do. Try again. There we go. All right, so I'll scroll in a little bit here. Nope. Yeah, if you can just zoom me in on that corner. I think I have the hand instead of the zoom. So those areas in orange are the areas that we've identified as being wetland. So you can see those two small pockets on the northern part, and then there's the stream course that comes down from Glen Rock. You can also notice that you can see the topography here kind of has there's a little bit of a valley right through here. This is where the stream used to come through. When we looked at those 47 and 1960 aerials, the stream used to come through. Come on, mouse. The stream used to come through closer to Underhill Avenue, right through here.
Right.
Again, topographically, you can see that little valley through there. But because of whatever conditions happened, erosion, other things, maybe relocation of a culvert under Glen Rock, the stream is now up here. So historically, the stream has been diverted once before. So our plan is then to take the existing pond, and Mr. Galaro's willing to spend some money to improve the conditions of the water and vegetation in the pond, and then we will extend up into existing current upland areas towards Glen Rock and expand that into a marshy area feeding the pond. So you have a combination of different kinds of habitat. You'd have the open water for the pond, but you'd also have a marshy, wetter area just to the west of that with some trees in some areas, shrubs in other areas, herbaceous vegetation in other areas to create new wetlands of a higher quality, really, vegetatively than what we have on the property right now. So I'm going to wrap up. It's getting late. I'm going to wrap up the wetlands discussion unless you have any questions. Just wanted to confirm one other thing here then, is we've completed tree survey of the property. If I was to zoom in, you'd see there's lots of little dots and numbers on this plan showing that 703 trees that were identified on the site that meet the requirements of the town code. And we also have them, where's the page down? I could probably do it this way. There it is, yeah, I just scrolled. That's the list, very small. That's the list of all the trees on the property, including the species, diameter, condition of the tree, location of the tree, and latitude and longitude, so it's all on there. I did a quick analysis, and again, we'll be completing a tree preservation plan with all this information on it. But I'll just give you the rough numbers real quickly. There are 703 trees on the property currently. Of those trees, 154 are greater than 18 inches. The code doesn't specifically say that's a specimen tree or a large, but I generally use 18 inches is when you start to get into bigger trees. About 200 of those trees, about 200 of the trees out of the 700 are either cottonwood, black willow, black locust, either invasive species or nuisance species. Generally not considered, they're not not maples or oaks or walnuts or any of those kind of trees. Sorry, Joe. So about roughly a third of the trees on the site, and that's all in that area along the western edge of the property that is grown back. They're fast-growing trees. They're trees that are very opportunistic. They'll get on the site and grow very quickly, but not considered to be important trees. There will be, now obviously with the development of this density, about 500 of the trees will be coming down as part of the plan. About 180 to 200 trees will be preserved. A number of those are in the 18 to, I think there are some trees that are as large as 42 inches. On the older part of the property where it was maintained, oaks, maples, such as that. Again, over along that western edge, we have smaller trees, faster growing trees. But we'll be we're in the process of finalizing a report for the wetlands as well as for the tree survey, tree inventory.
I think as soon as you get that, we should refer it out.
Yeah.
Especially on the historical end.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be working on a landscape plan to begin the process of mitigation for the loss of trees as well.
And when you keep that in mind, again, with all the preservation you're doing up front, I would keep that same theme up front.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right?
Yes, very good.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Locally sourced lumber.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that's it. So you have a formal application before you. You have an EAF.
Yep.
You have all the supporting documents. We be looking to have you declare yourself lead agency to refer out everything. Line up the town's consultants that are going to be reviewing the project to get that process going. And hopefully we would like to get a PIH in place and start that, get that in motion. If you feel that we're ready for that.
I think with the traffic and the environmental, I think the traffic is, we can get our consultant to, right? You think it's ready for that?
Ready for?
To sit with Dr. Greeley and crew.
Well, I think we can get the consultants, get them
lined up,
get their proposals, and get them lined up and start working.
Right.
I think we can
Bob
do that.
is shaking her head.
Who drafts the scope of
Steve
that?
hasn't submitted anything that he just spoke about.
Oh no,
right?
I'm talking about traffic.
Traffic is different.
Yeah. So can we get the consultant? Because I think
Yeah,
that's.
we're starting to line them up.
Okay.
So they'll get lined up.
Who scopes out the scope of that? Who determines the scope of the studies that the consultants do for us?
We send the material to them, and they give us a proposal based on what they see. So
do we see that, or did that get done in-house?
we can share it with you. Well, you see the proposal. Of course you do.
From the consultant?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say on a project of this size that each consultant won't be a one-shot deal.
Right.
I think that they will do their initial review. There will be some discussions, and they'll probably respond to some comments from the board and also the applicant and possibly the public. So.
Okay.
And what procedural steps, if any, should we be taking at this point? I mean, you're saying we don't have a lot
Well, on the environmental, and we don't have anything yet.
material, but Jim, do you have any
Do we have
suggestions?
an EAF Part 1 yet?
Joe, you turned the sound back on.
Yes, you have an EAF.
No, we heard the toilet flushing.
Oh, yes. I thought I turned that off,
Uh-huh.
but it's not a toilet flush, believe me.
You guys did a masterful job with the pond in front of the place.
I don't know, did we get an EAF yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got, you've got everything you need to start the seeker process as
Okay,
far as
so
we're
we have to
concerned.
complete parts 2 and 3.
Right.
Get them to the board and have the board, and I guess the consultants are gonna do that, John? Completing parts 2 and 3 of the EAF?
Yeah, I
We
mean.
could do that if you want us to do it.
Well, we need to
Yeah.
go through that.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're going through that immediately, but.
Right.
All right, so why don't you work with Robin and John and come up with a game plan on how we're moving forward?
Okay.
And I think it's important that we
And have
really
we
get.
sent out the lead agency notice yet to all the involved agencies?
No, but we will do that shortly. We'll just make sure that what we have is the package we need to send out.
Right.
Gotcha.
For that
Okay.
initial review.
Yeah, anything that you don't have, that we discussed tonight, we'll get that to you right away.
Okay?
What's the downside of not scheduling a PIH sooner rather than later?
You're supposed to do it sooner. We don't want to do it later.
Exactly.
I'm
So-
just worried that they are doing a lot of talking about things that haven't been submitted, so we haven't submitted things to other boards or
Right, the
anything
information,
because what, like the tree commission needs to review the tree survey. The conservation board is going to review the wetlands plan. And so our consultant needs to review the delineation. Like, there's a lot of things that need to be submitted, whether we'll have an info hearing at the beginning of that, but there's just a lot of discussion and not a lot of documents. So if they're going to submit those things, then yeah, we should move forward with a PIH because you basically heard most of it right now.
So basically, we're blaming Joe.
It's always my fault.
Now it's Joe's fault.
But
So
wouldn't it be
the sooner we can get that, I think the better.
Wouldn't it be beneficial, as you're suggesting, is before we go even to a public informational hearing, that we at least have some agency reports back to us, and comments,
Well, we got to get the information to send them, yeah.
right? From our, conservation, trees, commission,
I don't know how important that is for the PIH. I mean, the PIH is more of a process just to alert the public, get some initial public input, right?
So I think
I think that would help the agencies too.
Yeah.
I mean, the public's voice on this is going to be critical. It's already happening.
I mean, we're gonna have a full public hearing, at which point then all your referring boards would be involved.
what I don't want to end up in the situation where once a public hearing is commenced, that it forecloses our environmental review. Because that was an
PIH
issue
wouldn't
we
do
raised.
that. Yeah.
PIH doesn't do that.
Right? PIH doesn't do that.
No.
I understand that. Okay.
But I also think it's very important. I mean, everybody's heard some of the criticisms of the project,
Okay.
right? That you tighten up those details so that when you have the historical presentation or the environmental presentation, you have all your ducks in a row so that people, or the traffic, right? So you have everything in a row. So when people ask their questions, we have, the correct responses.
Okay.
All right? Devil in the details, Joe.
What about lead agency status? Do we need to do that now, or is that something we
Yeah,
hold
we
off
send
on?
that out at the outset, so we'll
Maybe
do
you should
that.
right after the PIH,
Okay.
Okay.
actually, but.
All right?
Okay.
We good?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm not going anywhere.
We can't go home yet?
Did you hear that motorcycle? I thought Lascala left us.
Martinez.
That was some kind of bike, wasn't it? All right, so we'll move on. Next is the Martinez subdivision, Lot 2. This is a discussion of amended mitigation plan. Location is 1767 Jacob Road.
This one I needed some help on. This was
Yeah.
rather confusing
Let's see.
to what was going on and what's supposed to be going on. Good night.
Take care, guys.
Give me a second.
Good seeing you, Doctor.
Okay. So,
Somebody must know. You know what's going on, right, with this?
We went out there with them.
Hmm?
We met with them. We went-
so
Yeah.
around somewhere in the vicinity of 2004, this property, which is located on Jacob Road. So the back, just so you understand where we are, this edge of the property here, this western edge, that touches Featherbed property. All right, so that gives you some perspective as to where this is located. So, and on the east side of the property, or the left side, and looking at the drawing, is the remaining Fox Den property, the open area that's still undeveloped of Fox Den. Anyway, so I'll just try to be quick. So this property is roughly, a little over 4 acres. It was subdivided into 2 lots, like I said, around 2004. There was an existing abandoned building on the property in the front here, which is long gone. The rear lot 1, is accessed through a flag situation to the back here, and that's this property. And lot 2, which is this front piece here, fronts right on Jacob Road. So to create this subdivision, there was some disturbance of wetland, disturbance of buffer. At the time, a mitigation plan was approved, which included creating some wetland here, creating some buffer enhancement over in this area, and creating a conservation easement that goes all the way to the back of the property here. So, and at the time it was owned by Anthony Martinez. There's a low-pressure sewer system installed for each of the residents, which connects to down Jacob Road at the intersection of Field Street and Jacob. Those sewer lines were put in. As part of that work that was done to put the sewer lines in, the hydrology and these wetlands over here were affected by that work, and then everything stopped. In the meantime, there's new ownership of the property. The current owner, Mr. Levy, bought the property and started constructing his home, his personal residence, right here in the front of the site on lot 2. Oh, look what I just did. All right, let me try it again. Okay. So, with that said, he's this is almost complete. The construction, the front residence is almost complete. What Mr. Levy is asking is, so a majority of the wetland enhancement, mitigation, and whatnot is related to the development of the rear lot, not the front lot. So what he'd like to do is phase this or break this down in such a way where he will do some of the mitigation as part of the development of his primary residence at this point, and then reserve the rest to be done at a future time when the rear lot is built. We've broken it all down into a table here, comparing the original proposal to the new proposal. The bottom line, and then with me tonight is Tony Russo from Environmental Compliance Services. Tony did the original wetland delineation and mitigation plan with Bruce Barber, and he's going to talk to you about the new plan that we're proposing. The bottom line that you really want to look at here is the totals. We're still maintaining the same amount of mitigation from the that was proposed in the original plan. So we're still making the effort to match what was done originally, but done in a different way.
You're just phasing it differently, is that it?
What's that?
You're going to implement it on a different timetable?
Differently, and also the measures are going to be a little different because conditions have changed out there. So at this point, I'm going to ask Tony to come up and explain the, as quickly as we can, explain what we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
No.
take care.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Tony Russo of Environmental Compliance Services. As Joe mentioned, we did the original mitigation plan, and back then things were a little different. If you go out there today, over time, some of the surface water conveyances that fed over to Wetland C to the east no longer exist, and Wetland A to the west is engulfed with invasives that should be removed, and there was a earthen or soil berm put around the east side of Wetland A that contains some pioneer species indicative of poor soil conditions. So it's a bit of a mess out there in Wetland A. It does have very good hydric soil conditions. There's plenty of water there. It's just that the vegetation has to be renovated, if you will. Wetland C, as I said, there were seeps. There was a seep. There were surface water flows that fed the northern and central portions of C. It had good, diverse vegetation, wetland vegetation, and they no longer exist, as I mentioned. So what you have out there now is something more like it's a fact wet. It's a loose wetland. It's not, doesn't have the diversity it had before, primarily because of the change in water supply. So what we're proposing to do is to enhance Wetland C and create Wetland A. And Joe, if you can pull that down for me, thank you very much. And we've included native forms of vegetation, and there are notes on each wetland that pretty much indicates what we're planning to do. With Wetland A, we're looking to remove the Phragmites that have overtaken that area where it wasn't as bad in the past. Put in native species to match the existing soil conditions, elevations, light, that sort of thing, and moisture conditions especially. The soil berm around A is going to be revegetated. Soils are going to be improved, amended, and we'll stabilize those soils as well. So we're bringing in good native vegetation, making things more diverse in the way of vegetation. With Wetland C, we're looking to do the same thing. There are some Phragmites there, but nowhere as dense as A. And we're looking to enhance that area with some clay loam soils. It needs a little bit of an application of some soils. And also put in a trench system that will feed from north to south from the area between both. That area between both, 20 years ago, it was bare ground. Some native grasses were taken, but now it's all grass. It's phenomenal. So that aspect of it, you might say, has been met because we had to establish native grasses. So that's there. The trenching will provide water to the west side of the wetland C and move in an easterly direction across that area. And it will definitely, satisfy what's required to make that a good, diverse wetland. That's basically it.
Okay.
And real quick.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, so just to go back to this, just to show you what the proposal is here is, and so there's a phase line here. So essentially, what we're proposing is the enhancement of Wetland C, which is this, and installing the drains to pick up seeps and transport that water into the wetland. That would be part of, let's call it phase one, which he is prepared to do now. And the remainder of the mitigation, which is the A and B, which is this area up in A and B, which is up this area up in here, would be done as part of the development of the rear lot. So what we're asking for you is to approve this amendment. The thing we're kind of up against here is the clock is really the right time of the year to do this. Now is the right time of the year. He is prepared to move forward with doing the enhancement of Wetland C, which is this one here. And again, everything else would remain for the future date.
It's a no-brainer.
Any issues? I think Conservation saw this last week.
Yes,
just
they
didn't
did.
Didn't get a memo yet, but did they have?
Yeah,
a
they
memo?
did issue a memo.
Did we have a memo?
Right, but this
Today?
plan that I'm presenting to you incorporates their comments. They wanted some
Okay.
more,
Let's-
more details on the sizing of the material, plant material. And one other thing, and I'll point that I need to point out to you that they wanted was a note. So, at the rear of the existing residence, the conservation easement is going to be delineated by boulders.
Oh, there is a-
What they've asked is when Lot 2 comes in, that some form of delineation be proposed for that. And that's this note that's on here.
When you talked about grasses, was that done prior, and it's just established itself? Oh, really?
Naturally. The grade was different also.
Yeah.
Between the two. I mean, it pitches.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, you gotta,
Phone.
yeah, it's Joe's fault.
Excuse me. The existing grade is a little higher for some reason, and it does pitch from west to east, as
Yeah.
it did in the past.
I
But
got
it wasn't as
I got the memo here. I
stacked up
didn't-
as it is now. But that all
No, she wrote
vegetated
one.
on its own.
So it happened natural.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting. Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
So anyway, that's.
All right, so a memo, John?
No, this would be a
It's a resolution, right?
Oh,
amendment, I believe. But I think what we'll do is we'll talk with Joe about the procedure. We can draft up the resolution, make sure we have the procedure in place. If there's anything that we determine that we need to do between now and then, we'll alert you and you can get that done.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just jumped over it. I was looking at the plans and it was right there.
You gotta push the next one to the end, right?
Move it to the end?
No, the next one to the end.
Push to Shrub Oak International School to the end,
Push
you're
it to the
saying?
end, yeah.
I'm just waiting my team back here.
No. Garrigan said to move you to the end. So we have the Shrub Oak International School, a discussion of amended site plan.
I yield the mic to Jerry Schwabe.
Another first tonight. Counselor didn't talk.
Nice.
How are you?
How are you tonight? Thank you.
Good.
Let's get the number in here. Hopefully it works. Or no, maybe. Guess it's been too long. It's been idle for a while. I don't know. I am connected, so let's see.
See you, Joe.
Good night.
I'm not sure why it's not connecting here. Just 1 second. No, there we go. I think we got it. 5750. We have it? All right. Well, good evening. We're back again to talk about where we left off last time, which was the secondary access road to the site, also thinking about access road to the park. This plan before you is the original plan that was approved in 2018 that shows the, highlighted in the orange color, you have where the park is on the bottom of the page there, where it's labeled that way, with that one driveway coming in off a new driveway connection off of Stony Street, and then another one to the north connecting into the Shrub Oak parking lot or site area. And that's the way it was approved back in 2018. Actually, it was in the original application before that, before we got involved as well. What I want to talk about is what we currently show on the site plan, which is a shared use driveway between Shrub Oak and the Granite Knolls Park, which is shown in yellow. So if you see the site, which is main building is here, there is an access drive on Stony Street up on the north end of the property. The purple color is the actual property line of Shrub Oak, and this is a recent aerial. It shows the the Granite Knolls Park as currently developed on the south side of Shrub Oak. So the yellow represents the existing driveway that comes into the site, goes around to the front. We're proposing to, we mentioned last time, creating that new driveway connection to the parking lot, coming off the main driveway, and then developing the parking lot here. It'll be a 26-foot wide aisle width, so the fire engines or emergency vehicles can get down through there. And then creating another secondary emergency access road to the back of the building, which is what the fire department had requested initially. So we'll maintain that design. And then there exists a roadway going south right down to about where the handicap spaces are on the park side. And along the property line, there's that existing driveway that's paved. It's not quite 20 feet wide. It's more narrow. And that was in your previous application with the solar project. They mentioned that the park was used for construction, and also they get access to the handicap parking by going through the gravel lots located to the north here, and then they drive up to here at the park. So basically that road still exists. What we were showing as a potential shared use emergency access condition would be that yellow alignment, and then it ultimately comes down through the park back out to Stony Street. That total length from one loop all the way to the other loop is 5,100 lineal feet, almost just under a mile. And the board asked that we look at other options as well. The ones I'll show you is, again, this purple line driveway here is the driveway I showed you on the initial site plan that was a part of the original plan. And that would connect back into that alignment. Oops, I guess I moved it again, but back into that alignment that went through on the existing driveway to the south. Let me go back. And then, and lastly, I did an alternative by taking the existing driveway that's on the south side. It's a straight driveway all the way down to the bottom, down to Stony Street, to show how that would look and what improvements we could do there. Because right now, I think John mentioned last time, it's steep at some portions of it. Down at the bottom, it's almost 20%, and it's not uniform in its alignment in that way, vertical alignment. And also, it's not wide enough, so it wouldn't suffice for emergency access. So the next thing we did was to look at what that original plan was, which included both the north secondary driveway to the Shrub Oak School and also the south driveway down to the park. In our letter, we mentioned that the total excavation was about 45,000 cubic yards of material that would have to be removed. In addition, the cuts that we had were about 30 feet on the the main driveway going up to the Shrub Oak School, and that driveway connected back into the park driveway, if you want to call it that. And that park driveway had a 22-foot cut too. And that's the reason why the cut and fills were so high in those areas. And if you look at the grading of it, you can see the orange color is the massing of the amount of grading that we have to do to get that completed. One of the reasons what the driveway to the south, to the park, is what it is because there's if you recall, there's an out parcel cemetery that was left there from the church and the Catholic Church. So they left that there. Obviously, they need to preserve that, so we can't move the driveway any further up to get a better, maybe alignment per se. But it still works. I mean, it's suitable to get up, and the grades there were no more than 10%, so that would have been a suitable driveway. The concern we have is the amount of excavation, the amount of cut, the scarring of the whole area of that meadow that's in there as you drive down Stony Street. And then the last one we looked at was an alternative to widen the main driveway, the secondary driveway down from on the south of the property line. So if you look at the property lines like right along here, there's a set of utility poles that currently extend up that side of the property, and they go back into where the homes are on the west side, and those provide power to those areas, those buildings. This road, right around this area here, is about 20% grade, and as you come down, it doesn't feel right as you come down there, especially if you have an emergency vehicle coming down there. Wouldn't be a good thing. And then the entrance with the pillars there, it's a tight turn. You can't really get in there. So to make this a viable solution, we'd have to widen the entrance road at Stony Street, which we can do, widen the road 20 feet, whether it's centered over the road or pushed back into the site a little bit more. That's a detail we'd have to look at a little bit further. And some of the grading would then obviously extend onto the park property, or we could push it further over and stay out of the park property. There's always there's a solution to make that work, but we also want to connect to the park, because the whole purpose of this, my understanding, was to allow for some connection there, and that would happen about where that arrow is. I think is a little bit over here is where the connection to the park would be. Right now, I think the connection is a little bit further down, and as you know, it's kind of steep where it comes out. We'd rather want to move it back up the hill. They're also still maintain a connection to their internal maintenance driveway that's over here that runs parallel to the cemetery. And then the cuts you can see on the bottom are not significant, 4 or 5 feet in some locations. The amount of excavation is about 3,000, so considerably less than what we have. This driveway is steeper than the one we showed before, which was under about 10%. This one has a maximum maximum slope of 14%, but it's a straight shot straight up, so you're not making any turns or anything, so it's a little easier to do that. This obviously would require some maintenance in the wintertime, make sure it's obviously plowed and maintained well. So we wanted to present these different options to you. I know that was a discussion we had last time. The original plan, as well, as you know, we provided 77 parking spaces for the park. There was going to be a gravel lot and then a connection in there. So that yellow line, when you go back to that other diagram, that was the proposed plan, was to do that with the parking, coordinated with the park folks, and they were supportive of that parking lot because that would be some overflow for them.
Yeah, you heard the discussion earlier.
Yes, I did. I mean, that's where we are right now, and I think the preference would be to have that yellow alignment as the driveway for secondary emergency use.
And the Parks Department, are they in favor of that?
They're in favor of getting more parking, I know that.
So, as the gentlemen were leaving tonight, they were here to support us, but they got a little.
They had enough.
So, our understanding is as John said, they want the parking.
Yeah.
They feel that this coexistence through the two sites can be made to work, and just to kind of cut to the chase, we want to help the park, but we don't, my client does not want to help the Parks Department solve their parking problem if the town is going to saddle us with a parking lot and building an expensive, intrusive, extensive land disturbance, south driveway that my client doesn't want. We don't believe we need it, and we think you have a suitable solution in front of you, which is a cross easements through the two sites. So that is the preference. That's what we said to you last month. We said it, openly and honestly, and you asked, you and John in particular asked us to go and look at options. And Jerry spent time and effort. So there are options.
Yep.
They're all fairly impactful. We're not sure what they accomplish. At an absolute minimum, and John and I spoke since the last meeting, I would very much like to, if we can't solve this, I'd like to defer this to the final phase of the project. But if we do that, then we may not solve your parking problem right now.
Can you go back to the broader view of the site?
Yeah.
Just with the different colors and... Okay, so of those,
I want the yellow.
We would like, Aaron, I'm saying...
like the yellow and
Yes.
not the green.
Correct.
Can I ask you a question?
I thought you liked the yellow, but not the purple.
We don't like the purple either.
We don't like the
You
purple.
really don't like the
We don't like the purple at all.
Okay.
The green is better than the purple, but we don't need the green, and we think the yellow works, and the yellow certainly could be made to work right now
Right, the yellow works for an emergency situation.
for an emergency situation, and we believe our site works. The Kofflers believe it will continue to work even as they expand and the staff grows. But none of us think it's prudent to have no emergency access alternative. So the yellow gives us the emergency access alternative, and it gives your park an emergency access as well.
Can I ask you a question? Right above the granite, where it says Granite Knolls, what is that?
Looks like a house or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that too on this aerial. What is that, Jerry?
I'm sorry, where?
Right above granite, before the Knolls.
Yeah,
On the
just
park
the-
side.
All the way over to the left side.
There is,
There's a clearing there.
but there is a subdivision right
Right here.
near
Am I
the
correct?
DEP property
Rich?
over there.
Yeah, that right
There's
there.
like 2 houses. That's
May go
probably
further, yeah, it may be further over then.
That's private property.
Yeah.
I'm reflecting back on the last application
How far
where,
back does our property go?
right, because Michael Gray said there was, trees that weren't
Yeah, I
that.
didn't put those, I didn't take those.
Yeah,
photos.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
expect...
not your, but while we had
Wouldn't
it up,
expect
it
you to
was.
do that, but,
So, John, Robin, with this, and I guess Dan took off again, he's hiding. Is this something that you see as viable?
yellow?
Yeah.
Well, we knew about the yellow last time.
Yeah, but
The
I mean,
discussion
with
was
the
about the
parks.
green and the purple.
And it sounds like the green could be done. It's still very steep. It's a straight shot.
14% is much better than it is now.
Yeah,
Right,
well, it was
'cause now
it's
it's
20 in
terrible.
one spot,
Right.
and it's 20% in the worst spot, which
Right.
is right as you're getting down to where you need to stop.
So we're keeping.
At Stony Street. So I see the profile, and we have 14% drives
Yeah.
existing, okay? They're a little steep, but they're manageable, I think, in my view. So I think that the widening and the softening of that bottom curve there, vertical curve, makes this something that I think can work with the green. Because I think you've heard at the last hearing about an hour and a half ago how the parking is so terrible, and even I think there was some traffic circulation problems that they were having as well. So I think this would help solve that
The green would. I like the...
with the green.
Yeah.
But the
So
green,
it's not-
but you
it's not the-
lose,
it's
but
not
you
the-
lose the parking with the green.
No, I think you need the parking.
Who's parking?
What parking?
You.
I believe what you're saying is if you build the green, you're not building the parking.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no point to have the green.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's not as I understood it, but that's fine.
So don't do the green.
I mean,
It doesn't
my client has asked that we make that clear, that if we do the green,
Yeah.
then he's not they're not in a position to solve the town's parking.
But if you do the yellow only,
That's correct.
then you can do that.
Yes.
So how will people, will that function as an emergency access to the park and not a primary, and there's not
It's
gonna
not
be
a
sign
secondary
that
access.
It says, other entrance to Granite Knolls Park.
Correct.
No,
No way.
The only thing they use that for, if that happens, access to the parking lot the gravel lot, the 77 parking spaces.
Right.
So that would be
Where's the lot gonna be?
Right over here, where the parking lot would be right here.
Right, and not to be repetitive, but the review of this had always anticipated that the park has some amount of problem without a secondary access. So that is why, in part, that the configuration of the Purple Road came about.
Dan, you snuck in.
When you say secondary access, you mean somebody would actually know that that's another way in,
Or at least another way out.
the way out.
You have to be a little careful with having two access points, because then you'll have shrub oak, main driveway, another intermediate driveway,
Yeah.
and then a third. If everyone left after a big event or something, you can create a situation where you have a lot of people trying to get in and out of a driveway at the same time, creating a little bit of confusion on the roads, right? Because one's making a left, one's making a right, it's not organized that way. Sometimes the one entrance is better, just people are going to take longer to get out of the site, but it's it's more directed to where they have to go. Having two driveways can create some issues too. It's not signalized, right, so that people leave when they want to leave.
No,
If it's for emergency, obviously that's a different story.
The concern I have is it's not going to be a natural or an intuitive thing for someone to leave Granite Knolls Park, circulate throughout your site, and leave at the main entrance that you've got up there. I don't really see that happening.
Well, that would be emergency.
That's if there's a tree down blocking your park exit, or there's a disaster.
Okay,
there's
but it
there are
does-
fire engines and ambulances.
daily
in which
thing.
case,
So it's got not, it's not access or an exit point for normal use.
correct.
In fact, what you want to have signage that would, point them that lot lower, I guess I'll call it lower lot, to the out, and have emergency vehicles only on the rest of that yellow line. It's not meant to be a cut through.
But the purple one is, if the purple was built, would that be more of a continuous,
It certainly would be for us, whether it would connect to the park at a.
not the purple one, I'm sorry, the green one. If the green driveway was built, that would be a fairly
We have an
intuitive.
easement through there, right?
Yeah,
Well,
we would
yeah,
have to
right.
figure out.
Well, you would have to gate the beginning of your yellow,
Exactly.
which you would anyway,
Right.
even if you just have the parking lot.
Well, there's a gate there now.
There's a gate there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
There,
so-
there will be a gate there, right?
Right,
There
so
would be,
that's that would be the emergency access.
Yeah, that's where we had our site walk.
right.
Yes, right.
So there's no real secondary means of egress or access for the general public under any of these scenarios
For us or for the park?
for the park.
Can I ask a
I
question?
don't believe so.
No.
Okay, I just want to understand what we're
Right.
talking about.
Let's say things go haywire. That road is there now, right?
Yeah.
It exists. Are you talking about removing it? If
Oh, no, it'll stay where it
it's just
is.
going to stay there. So
It's-
if things are going south and the police and fire department need to get up there,
They'll use it, there's no.
it's not going away.
It's not going away, no.
You're not eliminating it.
So it would just be maintained as it is now. So if we went with the yellow, the green doesn't get built the way it's proposed here, but it exists. You have your access, we have an emergency, the green stays there, and the town gets a lot, and you guys take the solar on your property.
Only if they're 18 feet up in the air.
Tried. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm going back to what I said a couple of times, and why does this applicant have to worry about what's happening on something that he has no problem to, has to alleviate what I'm trying to say is that,
Why they gotta take care of the town with the parking?
Yeah, well,
So
wait
they-
a minute, when Granite was approved, they went through the whole thing and they got this and they got that, okay. Why all of a sudden they have a problem and they want the another property to take care of
You
it.
see that purple loop?
Yeah.
That was approved with the original project. They had a different engineer, a different planner come in and.
Who's the original project?
Shrub Oak.
Shrub Oak.
The current approval
Has that in there. It
right
was
now.
a massive cut. It's a huge project, and they think they could do without it. So they're looking to get that removed. And if what they're saying is if they remove that, there's a great savings to them, and they don't think they need it. So if they remove that, and the town allowed that yellow to be the emergency access for both, that they'll put in the parking for the town.
That's it.
As gratis, as
Okay,
as a
I
gift.
got it, Bill. That is
As a gift.
exactly what.
And
my
the
client said.
green, if you go up that old, because that used to be, there used to be a field of Granite Knolls, it was like abandoned. That green used to be the access to it, and if you wanted to get up to the trails, that was the old access.
Let's do
So
yellow.
that'll stay there.
But the only thing I'm concerned about is that we're not pressuring the applicant to do
They,
something
no, they came.
that he
to-
doesn't want to do.
No, they came to us to get rid of that. Can you go back to that one picture you have with the
Oh, the
cut?
first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the one with the cut and fill, where you
Oh,
had
oh.
the elevations. Yeah, that one there. You see that?
Yeah.
That was what was approved.
Yes.
So that's a significant cost to them. They don't think they need it, so they're looking for us to remove that.
When you
I
say,
want to respond. I want to go back a minute to Bill's comment. We're not that nobody's pressuring the applicant. Nobody's pressuring the applicant. But in fairness, none of us should kid one another. We sat here for an hour. We can hear. We know what was said. We know the town of Yorktown and its Parks and Recs department is having a problem.
Yes.
So, Bill, you said it. It's not direct pressure. It may not be intentional pressure. There's an implicit concept going on in this room that my clients, hey, you own the property next door. You can really help us out here. I got Parks and Rec guys that sat here for 2.5 hours that wanted to come to the microphone and speak in favor of yellow. Why? Because it'll help them. So I want to be clear. Nobody is pressuring my client. Is there implicit pressure to try to help the town? Yeah. So that's why I'm at the microphone, tired and cranky, but trying to explain that we hold the key to potentially helping the town solve a problem that you all have. And we'd love a little leniency because we'll provide emergency access to them. They provide emergency access to us. And we don't have to cut the heck out of the hillside to build a secondary access that we don't think we need. That's it. I mean, I feel like I need to be direct so we all see what the issue is. We know, John's right, Rich is right. We're asking to not build something and save money that we don't think we need to build. We can do that and solve the town's problem.
Right,
and
and-
you say you got 40,000 yards, you said?
40, almost 45,000.
That's today.
According to my calculations, you would have about 400 truckloads.
That's today.
Yeah.
Today. That's the approval today.
That's what's approved.
Okay, what's the green?
3,000 yards.
3,000 yards. That's the green road. Okay, so I'm going to restate what I did last time, I think, so I'll do it quicker this time. I happen to think that, first of all, that the Recreation Commission has a wonderful park up there. It was ill-planned. Their needs don't necessarily, I mean, this board makes the decisions on the sites, and I think that their need to consider the safety and welfare of the public, that includes both using your site and using the park site. Once, in the original
Very few members, sorry to interrupt, but very, very, very few members of the public use our property. Nobody comes other than families that are visiting.
the users of your site.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right.
The
I
users
don't
of
want
the site.
But you got a public
the fi-
situation,
the five,
John.
the
You got
500
the public.
teachers, the 500 teachers that you're going to have coming to the site. So I happen to think that the green road is an advisable road for the betterment of both sites. To be honest with you, and as far can you provide the access? Yes, you can provide the emergency access with the yellow road. It is circuitous at best. So, and all that I said last time is pretty much remaining. I'm really happy that you took the time to work on the green, but I really think that taking it down from 45 to less than 10% of that excavation is a worthwhile thing for both of these sites that avail themselves of.
We hear you.
So the Green Road is there today. What's to stop somebody from using the Green Road?
That's what Rich was saying before.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
It's
It's just a little bit bumpier and steeper.
It's chained off.
It's chained off right
But-
now.
Oh,
but-
you
Right.
mean, you mean literally use.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
But the reason that we got to where we are today is because we knew that that 20% and even the rest of it at 15 and 14%, and the fact that it is 12, 14 feet wide was unsafe for really anybody to use. I don't think a larger emergency vehicle could really get in there very easily.
Oh, but they, like you said before, they will if there's a really serious emergency. They've got to get in.
Yeah, they're gonna go through, they'll go up the side
So,
of the hill.
and I'm just saying that improve that driveway, and then the park works far better.
All right, so
That's what I said.
we've gotten a lot of new information tonight. Why don't you, I don't think there's any real pressure point right now to make a decision tonight. Why don't we sit back, absorb it, maybe take a ride out there? It's not affecting them either way.
If you like to meet out there, we can do that.
Yeah, it's not, they're not pressured to do the other entrance right now, so it's, the only thing right now, if we went with one way or the other, is the parking for the group, for the town. So that doesn't hurt them either way, unless I'm mistaken, right? So why don't we take a walk out there? John likes the green. They like the yellow. The Parks Department likes the yellow because they're gonna get parking. The purple didn't work
Nobody
for
likes
anybody, but it exists. So if,
the consensus is for yellow, why can't we move on it?
well, I think we're hearing from John,
He's recommending purple,
he's
green.
recommending the green. So I think we just need to absorb what we heard tonight. They're not under any pressure. The owner's right there. I don't think it hurts them either way. So I don't think,
No, can we schedule a public hearing? I think we have to check the procedural box of getting
Yeah.
We could do that.
at least let's allow us to
don't think
advance.
it's- yeah.
Move
But
along.
you've gotta advertise a specific option. You can't say we wanna do A or B.
Where aren't we just advertising? What is the?
I got in
notice?
trouble with that 25 years ago.
But in this instance, though, aren't we just advertising an amended site plan application?
Well, actually, you're right. You would be advertising an amended site plan, and it's not uncommon to have alternatives.
Options,
Because
yeah.
if you had a DEIS,
Right.
you would certainly have alternatives, so.
So anybody that wants to come in and speak to amended site plan approval can come in and they can speak to yellow, green, purple, or something new. We'd love to. It's so much fun. And John and I promise we're going to do the same thing again next month because this is like the second, right?
I'm going to wear a green tie for the green road. You can wear
I'm
the
not wearing
purple
a tie.
tie for the purple road.
If Nancy puts me at the back of the agenda, there's no
Yeah,
tie.
or you're going to have to dig in your closet and find the yellow tie.
Tell her I'm not talking to her.
Nancy doesn't make the agenda.
It doesn't
so
matter.
Stop blaming her.
I would have put you number one.
We'll see. Public hearing? Yes?
Yeah,
All in
sounds like
favor?
Sounds like a plan.
Which
got May
day?
9th
It's
and
May
May
25th.
Yeah, the end
May
of May.
25th.
23rd,
Sounds great.
22.
23.
23?
Yeah.
May 23?
That's a Monday.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
the
Be
All
there.
Mondays.
The next week is the Memorial Day.
Do you guys want to go out for an organized site? You would.
No,
you
I've
just,
been
you guys
there.
would just wander around.
I know what it is. I just think we just so we could drive by on ourselves. And
Okay. Cool.
All right.
How about
All
solar
right.
panels?
Thank you very much.
We're staying out of that one.
When you look at the space, just know that one other thing that we could do, 'cause listen, ultimately it comes down to cost of whatever we're doing here. If we do decide to do the green road, we'd still be willing to allow the park to use that same land at their cost
Yep.
to build that lot.
No, I think we heard you.
So that's still an option. We'll still provide that easement to the town if that's something that they want us to do.
You're a good neighbor.
If we went that road.
Appreciate it. How's the
They
school
wanna do it,
going?
let them pay for it.
Everything's going well?
Yeah.
Good.
And I recently started working as an EMT in Banksville, and you seem to be like a celebrity over there.
Oh, my Lord. No.
Is this on TV right now?
What?
Is this on right now?
I don't know.
If it is, they're watching it and they're gonna
Don't
tell
touch
me
this,
about
Rich.
someone.
So what? Did you moved out there?
I live in Bedford.
Oh, very
And,
good.
So all the guys in Banksville seem to know you from.
Yeah, well, it was the North Castle
Yeah,
days.
mhm. Yeah.
Oh my God, it feels like a million years
Ask them
ago.
if they have pictures.
We will not repeat on TV what they were saying.
No, nothing good.
Thank you.
All right, take
Good night,
care.
everybody.
Good night.
See you, May.
Thanks, Nancy.
So long, guys.
What did you do?
Yeah, you think
All right, so we had that. Next, we have the Lakeview Estates, Lot 6. This is discussion site plan. It's 1102 Gambelli Drive. I did not attend the site visit.
I did.
I drove by there myself on Friday afternoon.
How are you?
Good evening.
You gotta be tired at this point.
That's okay. I appreciate the time.
No problem.
It's here, but there's not a number.
Very nice picture.
It's not mine. So I'm here, I guess, to discuss the site visit. And I think there's, oh, here we go. Voila. The house.
This was up on the ridge.
You know what? Whatever happened to that Tulsa house that he was going to
Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla.
I think that's approved.
Completely.
He didn't build it yet.
He
You
never
didn't?
built it?
Are they going to?
Yeah.
They got their approvals. They're waiting on the time of year, and it was a whole sensitivity thing with the trees, and it died on the vine.
Yeah.
Just never came.
You can
Is it
just
'cause of the
see the
COVID?
slight difference between the wetland buffer and
little
the
space,
easement
yeah.
line. It's just a little bit. So it's generally drawn along that buffer.
Yeah, so that's one of the things I did different from the site walkthrough. This is a sketch that was prepared by our land surveyor Wednesday, Thursday of last week. The blue line is approximately the 100-foot offset. I think I'd like to work with Steve Marino, who's my wetlands consultant and my surveyor, to actually define that in a way. Surveyor located the proposed house, and the green line is the conservation demarcation. It's not really an easement, but it does define that area as an area that's under review that needs to be permitted at least.
Blue line is the wetland buffer?
Yes. So I don't think anybody's ever done a formal wetland survey.
From a delineation
Yeah, from a
recently done by
delineation.
Steve Marino, picked up by your surveyor, right?
Yes.
Right, okay.
So the gray line is Steve's flags. The blue line is my surveyor's 100-foot offset. I think there were a couple
I'm
conversations
sorry,
about
hang on
that.
one second. Hey, ladies, if you want to chat, maybe you could just. Thank you. That's all right.
I do think in looking at some of the comments or following up on some of the comments from the walkthrough with the DEP, I don't think that I'll ever have, the DEP will ever approve the house over the 100-foot offset from the waterway. So we're going to have to move the house a little bit past the blue, but we're still looking to put it up on top of the rock, which would be beyond the green line, which is a town-controlled line.
How big is that envelope that you've got projected?
The triangle?
No, the whole building envelope. What if you
The
divide
building envelope is really there's a triangle.
Oh, I thought I see your I thought your house was the building.
The house, the square footage on the house is probably 2,200 square feet on the ground. It's 2,900 square feet developed.
Could you orient it so it?
I think we're going to have to
Out of
rotate
the-
it and move it so that it's
Well,
going
you
to
can
be
put
beyond
this
the
up.
100 foot.
So what happens to the terrace?
Probably not.
So the regulations is pervious. I'd like to take a shot at either having a rock being pervious, and I'm not actually adding to any of the pervious cover on the property. It is competent bedrock, or doing it in a pervious paver or concrete. up
You're
there.
gonna do impervious pavers on the pervious rock.
On the impervious rock.
Impervious rock.
Yes. So little drainage issues, we pulls. Might be nice to have moss-filled pavers on top there. I don't know, I haven't, putting the house there is really our main focus. I think there's several options of what we would do with that patio. The patio was sort of a found option for us, so.
What did you think on the sidewalk?
Well, I got a plat of the entire subdivision that came in our materials, and it shows the conservation easement, which is partially on your lot. It actually extends to 4 lots in that area. And each of those lots that are impacted by the conservation easement has a building envelope that the planning board set up in the 90s when this subdivision was approved. And each of those homes are impacted in the same way that your house is.
Yes.
In other words, those homes were all pushed out of the conservation easement and not built on it.
Yes.
I'm not sure it's a fair approach where all of those homes were constrained, they're close together, they're pushed in the corner. This is what it looks like. I can't display it, but I can pass it around.
I was gonna say, this is the original
Oh, yeah.
subdivision
Oh,
plot.
there it is up there. So
With the
in
blue
there
box,
somewhere
right.
is the,
There's-
Triangles of the homes?
There's this triangle here.
that whole,
With the envelope, sorry.
I'm not sure their building actually fits in this lot here. That's the pink house on the other side of the bridge. This house for sure, and this house. This is the only one I think.
here you can see it.
Yep.
Oh, do you have, yours has the development on it?
Well, up
But lot 5, I'm not sure they fit that, I'm guessing at a 7,500 to 10,000 square foot house, I'm not sure they fit it into this small corner here.
Well, I'm just saying that that's what's been approved. It appears to me that those are the building envelopes on those properties,
I
okay?
appreciate that.
The value of a conservation easement is to protect the property from further development, right? And easement is held by the town.
Well, in this case, I don't think it's actually a conservation easement.
Well, what do you call it then?
It doesn't, it's never declared as an easement, I don't think. It's just a delineation, but it's a conservation line.
It should be marked on the map if it is.
Right. Do you have a title search or something that shows what it is?
I have the description of how it describes it on the first, there's 3 deeds, this is the first deed, and it just calls it a wetlands or
Conservation
controlled
easement.
area of wetlands.
Can you blow up note 2 on that same?
On the
Plot?
subdivision plot? Yes.
Yeah, that paragraph.
Oh, it does call it an easement. Yep.
Hmm?
You're right.
But does it show it on the map? Or it just shows the line?
It shows the line, but the line is definitively this note number 2.
Okay, okay.
So we're being asked to vary that easement to permit the building of the structure on the rock. So the question is that a good precedent to establish? And is there a valid reason, is there a compelling reason to do that?
I have one question. The only reason why your house is located there is because you want to build on the rock.
It's the only reason we bought that piece of property, so we could enjoy the conservation area piece of it.
Okay.
And I would actually say this conservation note speaks almost entirely to maintaining the soils and erosion and everything else. And I think we've gone to several. I mean, we're only touching the rock as far as it, and we're actually containing all the any of the stormwater that's produced. We're actually pulling back off of the conservation area, and I mean, I think in a lot of ways we are actually still following the original spirit of what this is. They're trying to keep people from disturbing the water flow in that conservation area and the soils.
So getting back to your point.
So what you're
right.
saying is
You
that
just-
the rock
just
is
gonna
not
sub-
really the purpose of the conservation easement.
precedent. Right.
That this
Yeah.
speaks to preserving the vegetation and the natural.
I don't know that it's a
Last
precedent.
building lot. But not
You
the
could, I
rock.
mean, you could even say in the resolution that it can't set precedent for that, but it's the last building lot, right? And not that, you know, the youngest kid gets all the,
Yeah, right.
all the prizes, but,
It is the run to the lot. I mean, it's gone 20 years and it's not been developed because you can't fit a house on it it'll be less than 3,000 square feet, which is
it's got some unique.
probably
They
half the
they-
size of every house in that neighborhood.
How'd they do that?
Jim, is there, like with zoning, or if you give
This
someone a
one or
variance,
this one?
that doesn't set up the rest of the world to get the same variance.
Well-
You'd have to outline the reasons you gave that
You
variance.
do, and you
Looks like
can
it could be
condition it,
okay.
but
You have a
it
distance
does,
here,
and if you depart from it or you
setback from
deny
there.
a similar variance, you have to explain your rationale for doing so.
So if we looked at this lot that's got a rock outcrop, that's impervious, that, you know, they're controlling the stormwater, not disturbing any of the vegetation, and they're kinda, the house was kinda built towards the land, where it's not something that's certainly not a cookie cutter house. You know, it's
Beautiful home.
What's that?
It's a beautiful home.
Oh, yeah, but it was designed for the properties.
Yeah,
You know,
specifically to take advantage of.
it's not just a, I don't wanna use the word McMansion dropped on a property. I think they were sensitive to what they were looking for when they bought the property. The house has been designed as such. We're hearing that it's a much smaller house compared to the other houses in the area, even though it is the last one. If we spelled out, Jim, you know, we feel that this is appropriate because of A, B, C, D, does that set you up for future?
It always will be argued that it will. Somebody will try to make a case that it's similar to that, and you have to be capable of distinguishing it. Now, can you just shrink that note a little bit? I mean, reading it, it did seem like it was more concerned with the preservation of the vegetation in that area. Can you
Yeah, I'm just going back
enlarge
to
it a little bit? Okay. Natural resource of this area within a conservation easement
Gobbler.
shall remain undisturbed, except this may be required for conservation
We're gonna
purposes.
get out of here at 12.
All right, that sentence doesn't really help you.
If you're lucky.
Upon the approval of the planning
We got three
board,
more.
contours thereof shall not be altered, no topsoil or underlying soil shall be excavated, nothing shall be permitted to occur on this area which would contribute to the erosion of the land, and no trees shall be destroyed or removed, or other plant or vegetation shall be destroyed or removed. The owner, in fee simple, maintains the right to exclusive use of the land, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So, the first sentence doesn't seem to help you. The rest of it relates strictly to the preservation of the existing condition. So the town, if the town is the one in holding this easement, then the town could say, in this unique situation, we're willing to waive it, provided that it doesn't result in the removal of any soil or vegetation.
So it's not,
You're not even removing the rock. Are you removing any of the rock, or?
Not substantially. There'll be some areas where we'll have to flatten it out to make the connection to the foundation.
Okay.
But we're talking about inches. We're not talking about mass removal of the rock.
who does the decision belong to?
It would belong to the town board, I would think.
No, they set it up.
Oh, they set it up?
This
as
is the
theirs?
only thing that's on the plat, and that's the only,
And there's no...
so the town board never looked at this.
No recorded easement or anything?
Never conveyed.
Not a separate instrument, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this would be the planning board's call then.
I can't see where we can't help them out.
I,
As
you know,
long as
when
we
you,
make a note in the resolution that it's not gonna be
Precedent setting.
precedent.
yeah, and I think it's gotta be clearly stated,
Mhm.
you know, that the type of house that's being built
Right.
is in keeping with the intent of the original easement that was laid out, and there's no disturbance to vegetation.
Right,
You know, they've been sensitive with the
yeah.
siting of the home and the type of construction that, you know, because it looked like, at least to my thing, that it was a, you know,
Yeah.
when you have someone going and sometimes they'll just cookie cutter. This is not.
Certainly not.
No, it's
I
different.
think it's an asset.
That's just my thought. What do you think?
I agree.
I'm not sure yet. I don't like the idea of changing the easement that was set up.
Well, you
and
wouldn't be changing
bound
the
to all
easement.
the other-
You'd
Yeah, you're changing the easement.
Well, I look at like my property, right? So there's a conservation easement behind our house. It's all earth. The grade is earth. It's a steep slope. It's very different than, now I couldn't see putting a house at the edge there because you're clearly going to disturb it. If that was all rock, I don't see
I
you
would,
disturbing
I would
it.
look at it as a change of easement, but an amendment to the easement. It's taking into account the unique characteristics of the geology, topography, whatever it might be, and giving them
Okay.
the opportunity to.
So to do what John's suggesting, we would have to amend the map, certainly amend note 2, if that's what we're gonna do. That's a solution, but it would require, of course, a public hearing on amending the subdivision map. That's an option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for a path forward, so.
So would that make you feel more comfortable if it was out in the public?
So we have to go to a
Okay.
public hearing.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
All right. So
We
let's
have to
try,
do that.
let's try that path forward then.
We would have to do something to amend this map.
And if that was being considered, it would need to go to a public hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so work with John and Robin so we can get you on the right path.
Okay, thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
You have a
Thank
good night.
Good night.
There's no zoning board issue there, right?
No, that's not zoning board.
Michael and Homeland.
Speaking of zoning board,
Oh, this
We
is the
have a
one on
referral.
Central Street.
Clifford, 1625 Central
Supposed to be
Street.
different, but that's okay. They may have been my writing. I'm not even sure anymore at this hour of the night.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, you're not kidding. It just brings back sad memories. Late night.
Long night.
Anyhow, somehow I got deja vu. I've said this thing before. Did you guys go up and take a look at it?
Yeah,
Yes,
I don't have a problem with this.
I don't either.
No brainer.
What?
I don't have a problem with this.
Right?
Anticipated driveway will be on
It's
some.
consistent with the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, quite frankly, you know, given the state of the need for housing around here, it's like
Yeah,
this is what you want to do.
Yeah. I
And
don't
we
think-
just
appreciate it.
recommend on all the little ones that are left over.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so I guess you'll send your memo over to the ZBA and.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right?
All right.
Take care.
Get home early, guys.
Well,
All right, next we have a town board referral. Homeland Towers. This is Route 6 and Hill Boulevard. Proposed monopole. How are you?
Good. I'm tired, actually. But,
Yeah, I think we all are.
you've at least been talking for the last 4 hours. I've just been sitting there. I apologize. Our engineer had a COVID protocol issue at the last minute, so
No problem.
we scrambled to put the map on the board, and we don't have it up on the screen.
No,
but-
that's fine. It's work session.
So this is.
But you can put it right up
Wanna
on
put
the
it up
table
there?
if you want.
This is a referral from the town board, just on a lease issue at this point. We're looking to comply with the town code, which requires these facilities on town property.
Right.
So this is the corner of Hill Boulevard and Route 6. It's next to the Con Ed power lines. Fairly constrained lot, but we did find an uphill location, an upland location on the property, out of the wetlands, but within the buffer. We have this area. If you flip to the next page. So we're basically proposing to come off of Hill Boulevard down here, come up with the access drive into the compound, and then we have the spot for the carriers, spot for the municipal antennas. It's a monopole, which I think is less intrusive than the next door lattice towers from Con Ed. And we propose space, obviously, on the tower for the municipal antennas. It's a 130-foot tower. It's about a 3,500 square foot equipment compound, which would be for all of the co-location. Very similar to what you saw up at Quinlan Boulevard. I think we did it a couple of years ago on town property.
That's where the water tank is, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And since that time, you might be aware, I mean, the town, really the northern part of the county, had hired an independent consultant to look at the wireless issues in the area, and they came out with the survey and the report, and obviously there was a need in this area, particularly in Jefferson Valley.
What carriers are going to be on this one?
So we're going to line it up right now. We already have AT&T, but we'll do it for all four.
Anti-mobile.
NT-Mobile and Verizon, and now there's Dish Wireless that's out there. So we designed it for four, plus the municipal antennas, which is very important for the town. As part of the lease, not only do we pay the rent, but we also propose $25,000 for the town to be able to install its equipment.
Is this just straight town property? Is it water property or?
So it's interesting. It's technically parkland, believe it or not.
Really?
So we have to go through an alienation process.
That's park. Well, is that part of the?
So I think it was left over from
the golf course.
No. So we looked at the
this is
golf
on-
course.
Maybe they want
This
to
is next to the mall. So the mall.
It's on Hill Boulevard.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the other side. Okay.
The Lourdes Plaza.
Come down through the hill here, across Route 6.
What was that one?
Hill Boulevard.
The Lourdes Plaza.
And it's a leftover piece of property. Like I said, it's mostly constrained by wetlands, but we're out of the wetlands in this uphill.
It's not related to the golf course at all, is it?
No, the golf course is.
No, that's-
golf course is
This is
all
Hill
the way down
Boulevard.
there. This is Hill Boulevard. So here's the mall. Up here is.
Between the mall and Jefferson Village.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where that is.
How tall is it going
I
to
have
be?
to make a disclosure.
Uh-oh.
If this project works, I want it because I live up the top of the hill, and my cell phone service is poor.
No, the report, and we put a report in from AT&T, but the report that the county and the town put together, I mean, just.
So they did their own study.
They did their own
And
study.
they're suggesting this is an area that would
Yeah,
help.
this is an area of
Looking
obvious
forward
need.
to it.
I mean, it
And
really
you'll get
is.
Verizon to take down all the wires they have all over town.
Different issue.
How
Different
tall
guy.
are the power line towers?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
How tall are the power line towers?
I think they're in about that same range, the 100 to 120 foot range typically, but perspective-wise, they come down the mountain
I'm
and
just
cross
asking
Route
how-
6.
So, I mean, you're going to be right up against them, right?
We're going to be right next to them, yeah.
I mean, I saw the elevations. I mean, you'll see the thing pop up over.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, so this is, we're not really at the design stage. I mean, we're at the referral
Yeah.
for recommendation to
So
the
we'd
town
come back
board
at
for
some
the
point.
lease. Yeah.
What about existing vegetation and screening from Route 6?
Yeah, so we've got to do a, we ultimately have to do our mitigation plan once we come back for the wetland permit. So we need a town permit, we need a DC permit. We have to set things up because of the floodplain issues there. We have to get the parkland alienation.
We got a long road ahead.
You know, we've got a long road. I mean,
This is just a support memo, and we'll see you.
support memo to the town board to recommend the lease. Once we have the lease, then
go
ultimately we have to really design the site. I mean, we have to
Any
design
issues?
that access drive in.
Would this be one of those fake tree looking ones, or would it be?
No, I
They
think
could
the
do the
fake tree would
flagpole.
stand out like a sore thumb.
exactly.
So, we're next to the power lines, though, which is really the right
So
spot.
we'll do. Anybody have an issue with the warm and fuzzy?
no,
Okay.
So it's support for the lease and the next phase of the project?
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
come
Want-
back.
Do you recommend seeing it again when they do the screening and
Yeah.
mitigation and so forth?
yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
Right, though.
Good.
So we do the lease first, and then we design the thing from the
Okay.
environmental standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you for
Get home
waiting.
safe.
Sorry it was so late.
Sorry it was so late.
Look, David, who was number 11 or 12, was complaining about where he was on the agenda.
Steinmetz?
Yeah, and I'm number 14, and I didn't complain once.
Good night.
Right.
Robin's pushing it along here. We only got another half hour.
That's what should we do with the next one? Just tell us and we'll do it.
Next one's easy.
Next, we have a town board referral of a farm special event special permit.
Well, we're all married.
Okay, can I recommend something here? this definition of a special event would include a farmer inviting people over to his own house.
We need to tighten it.
It needs to be something where it's not something for on-site residents. In other words, a special event would be where the public is being invited, not, members of a person's own
No,
family.
you don't want to drag, okay.
I wouldn't want to have like a 4th of July barbecue be subject to a permit just because it's being held on the guy's
Some of
farm.
those raucous parties should.
So that, we can put that in a memo.
Can I ask a question, more importantly? Why has it been getting so cold in here? Is it me?
It just started again.
No, really kicks in.
Poor planning.
I think
All right.
they decided it's time for
So we
the meeting
gotta
to be
tighten
over.
up the code?
Okay, so you're tightening up the definition of special events. What do you think of farms in town having to be able to put up a tent and host weddings?
I think it's a great thing, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I'm very in
Anything that
favor of
keeps
it.
them in business.
Absolutely.
No
Why does
reason
a-
not
Why does
to.
a farm need to have that more than anybody else?
I mean, the only concern I would have, is there a limit on the numbers of, say, vehicles or cars or anything?
You
No,
can have
you
that
have to
event
put
on
a
private
private
property.
plan,
Yeah.
which
You could have a
would
private
be
party.
subject to zoning board
My place,
approval.
I put for my
Okay.
kids' graduations and all
This
that.
is just the enabling.
renting it out.
Well, but that might be a delineation you've made.
Yeah.
If it's a
Oh, we
private
support
event
the
versus-
enabling
I don't know
legislation.
how you describe that.
So even with the state building code now, to put up a tent, you need a permit.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been putting tents
didn't
up
hear
all the time.
We adjourn.
Say that again?
Right. To the guy who admitted to doing cut-throughs on Alex Mill Road on TV.
All right, so we'll have to tighten up that code?
Wow, I didn't know.
Support
you
the
did.
law.
Yes, and we were in favor of the
Last-
farmers.
last,
Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
We had a tent for
Is
my
there a second?
kids',
Second.
And their attitude is pretty much the same.
Want to make one
Good night.
Good night.